Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the historic Tomato Bowl in downtown Jacksonville for Week 3. Action between the Jacksonville Fighting Indians and the Pirates of Crandall High School. The Indians coming into this game 0-2. Crandall 2-0, and Matt Montgomery back with us down at field level after missing a week under the weather last week. Matt, are you 100%?
About 99.
All right, we'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Glad to be back. Tough watching last week. Just a tough loss for Jacksonville. It started off so well, Aaron. You know, you go up 7-0, and then White House comes down and scores, and well, then the wheels fall off with those two fumbled kickoffs. So it's a big game for Jacksonville. Another home game against probably a team in Crandall that's better than White House and Sulphur Springs, if you can believe that. So Jacksonville definitely has their work cut out tonight with the 2-0 Crandall Pirates.
Yeah, Crandall, of course, rolling over Kaufman last week in their local rivalry, the Battle of 175. Of course, 175 ends in Jacksonville, and the Fighting Indians hope that their losing streak will end here as well.
Yeah, Kaufman is a team that Jacksonville scrimmaged the first scrimmage in Kaufman and played well. They won the live part of that scrimmage 17-14, so there's a little commonality right there as far as opponents go. But of course, scrimmage is a real game.
Hey, Tribe. I'm Senior Captain Aspen Robinson. I'm Senior Captain Bailey Butt.
And that win over Forney.
I'm Junior Co-Captain Chesney. Hey, Indian Nation. Every time there's a kickoff in the Tomato Bowl, we want you to do this. Stand up.
Last week against White House, so it could be another track meet for Coach Gandy's Jacksonville defense. So you hope that Jacksonville can tackle tonight. We'll talk about some of the players that Crandall has back from last year that gave them trouble. But it's a game that Jacksonville needs to, as you'll hear Jason Holman talk about in Smoke Signals in a few minutes, they need to show up, okay? They don't need to be out of it at halftime. And what I mean by that is that, you can't go into the second half just thinking we want to show well. You want to be in the game going into the fourth quarter, and that's something Jacksonville had in week 1 against Sulphur Springs, but not against White House last week. And if you're not careful with a team like Crandall, you can really, really get behind quickly with the way they can score.
Yeah, Matt, we talked last week with Ryan Travis about Jacksonville starting quickly, getting the first down was a big point that we had in pregame. And, of course, Jacksonville was able to do that after they got a stop on the White House opening drive, and then Jacksonville scored. But you hope this week that there's some more sustained momentum for Jacksonville, because after that first drive, as you said, the wheels just kind of fell off in a hurry.
Well, you get 2 turnovers on kickoffs, and that'll do that. I mean, you put yourself behind the 8 ball so quickly because White House went in, bam, bam. They had 2 short fields, and they went in and scored on both of those. Now you're really behind, okay? So, and that's the thing, is that Jacksonville has got to learn how to deal with not just being behind. They got to learn how to deal with success. You're up 7-0, you move the ball down the field, and you had a chance right there to really make a statement. And like Jason Holman said on Smoke Signals, and I'll say it again here, and you'll hear him say it, where's the rule that says a team's has to score on 6 of their 7 possessions? Well, that's what White House did last week, and that's what you're going to have to watch out for a team in Crandall, because they can score. This is the 3rd meeting all time, Aaron, between Jacksonville and Crandall. They started this series back in 2020 right here at Tomato Bowl when the Crandall Pirates got a win 38-25, and then last year in Crandall, the Pirates beat Jacksonville in a high-scoring affair 51-36. Of course, we know Jason Holman of Jacksonville. This is his first year. Kyle Harden, this is his 4th year in Crandall, and the folks in Crandall think this is the best team that they've had in the Kyle Harden era so far. And the first 2 weeks show that in the way that they've been putting so many points up on the board. They're very physical. They're very strong. They have an Oklahoma commit and Osimogo, and they have their running backs back. We'll talk about statistics after Smoke Signals, but this is a powerful Crandall team that Jacksonville's defense is going to have to they're really going to have to tackle well tonight to stay in the ball game with them.
Yeah, Matt, and we talked about Crandall's ability to score points. Jacksonville's going to have to stick with them in that department, and the guy doing that is going to be the guy that we've got in our player spotlight this week. That's Jacksonville quarterback Ryan McCowan, of course, the senior 2-year starter. He is capable of the big yardage, high-scoring game like he had in Week 5 last year when he was Offensive Player of the Week. That week he had 311 yards, 3 TDs, and, of course, Ryan, second-team All-District quarterback last year. He makes this offense go in a lot of ways, but we've talked about through the first 2 weeks of the season, Matt, Ryan needs time to get rid of the ball, to make his reads, and to really get things rolling for this offense.
And one thing you may have noticed last week, the running game improved from week 1 to week 2. And Ryan McCown did have a little bit more time as this offensive line continues to get better each and every week. But like you said, I mean, Ryan's taking so many shots against the Texas Highs and Marshalls that sometimes you have a tendency to kind of get out of there maybe sooner than what you need to. And so he'll get it. I mean, it's a new offense. They're learning things. And I don't know if you noticed, but last week, several times they moved the pocket with Ryan. And that's something I think he can do very well instead of having to scramble out. If they move the pocket and get him out on the edge, because he's also a running threat, he can run the football. So that's something that if Jacksonville can just put together some drives like they did on that opening drive last week, it could be interesting. Folks, this part of our countdown to kickoff is brought to you by Micah Hoffpower, Texas Farm Bureau. Micah can help you with all your life insurance, homeowners, and auto insurance needs. Micah Hoffpower sponsoring this part of our countdown to kickoff. We want to thank Micah and Texas Farm Bureau for sponsoring this part. Aaron, it's great weather down here. Low humidity, really feels like football weather. So you're starting to get that into that time of year where it has that feel to it. You know, it's week 3, and sometimes it's still pretty hot on week 3, but tonight it's going to be really nice out here.
Yeah, and Matt, that can really energize a team. We talk about the atmosphere at a place like Tomato Bowl, but the weather's obviously a big part of it as well. We could see Jacksonville and Crandall get a boost here from what should be a great night weather-wise.
Yeah, and again, you talk about keys to the game, things Jacksonville has to do. I totally agree with what you and Ryan were saying last week about getting that first down. Look what happened when they did that. They had that emotion that okay, we can do this, and they went right down the field and scored. Second thing Jacksonville has to do is clearly, sounds like coach speak, they got to take care of the football. I mean, it's that simple. You cannot have 3 turnovers a game against teams like White House and tonight in Crandall and expect to be in the game. You just can't have that, especially on your special teams when you're on that, you give them the short field. They don't need the help. So those are things. And the third thing that is the key to the game is tackling. You got to take great angles tonight. Several times last week, Jacksonville did not take good tackling angles on their defense, on the defensive side of the ball. They must wrap up and tackle. You cannot go up and shoulder bump Abram, the great running back for Crandall tonight. He had 138 yards last year against Jacksonville. He's off to a great start so far, averaging over 100 yards a game in the first 2 games, and he scored five touchdowns. So you got to tackle. So turnovers, get off to a good start. You got to get rid of the turnovers, and you've got to tackle if you're going to be in this ball game.
Yeah, so many times over the last 2 weeks, Matt, we've seen Jacksonville in position to make defensive plays or have guys bottled up in the backfield, but it's really boiled down on a lot of occasions to just not technical ability. I almost said ability. That's not it. It's the technique of how you tackle and how you bring a player down that's got to get a little bit sharper.
It does, and that's something that Jason Holman knew coming in after watching Jacksonville last year and the previous year, watching Cape. That's something he knew as a former defensive coordinator that they were going to have to lock in and get better at. It doesn't happen overnight. This is the 3rd game for Jason Holman here in Jacksonville. It doesn't happen overnight. You've got to develop those habits, and you've got to get into that mode where you're not just going up and shouldering somebody. These guys weigh 210, 205. You are not going to bring them down with a shoulder hit. You got to wrap up. It's all about technique. Very important for Jacksonville to do that tonight, because this is a running game that, White House ran the ball pretty well last week, but they haven't seen a running game like Crandall has.
Yeah, we mentioned Chris Abram, but also Andrew Anderson will get the ball some for Crandall as well. So they'll be able to mix up their attack. And then defensively, now this is a guy that we kind of saw play, I think, both ways and have success against Jacksonville last year, but I believe we're going to see Samuel Omasigo on the defensive side exclusively tonight, and as you already said, he's an Oklahoma commit, so there's talent all over the field for this Crandall team. 29
Division I offers for Osimogo, and he's a 3-year starter, and he gets caught 3 passes, but mainly you're right on defense. Didn't play last week. He was out against Kaufman. That's pretty scary. They won 47-10 without him, so he's back and ready to go tonight, and he's quite a specimen when you watch him in warm-up. So again, Jacksonville's going to have to get fast, get out early, and again they take care of the football. Don't go 1 yard on first down, and then it's 2nd and 11 or whatever it is. You can't get behind the chains against a team like Crandall, because the time of possession for Jacksonville has been miserable the first 2 ball games. I think it was 31-17 or something like that the first game, and last week it wasn't much better. So it's something that Jacksonville just has got to do, and they've got to get some rhythm on offense, because that helps your defense and it keeps them off the field.
Yeah, absolutely, Matt. When you're up against a potent offense like this, or White House last week, if you can hold the ball a little longer and keep that offense on the sidelines, your chances of winning the ball game or staying competitive, go up exponentially, of course.
A couple of changes on Jacksonville defensively. Well, one particular change, you'll see Jermaine Taylor move to the corner position in the secondary. From his linebacker position, Thad Hoffpower will come up from his safety position to an outside linebacker position. And Coach Holman, again, he said, we're looking at different packages. We're tinkering with things. When you're 0-2, you start looking at things that you can change and things you can do differently. And so that's one of the changes that they made tonight defensively. Hopefully get some more help in some of those deep balls with Jermaine's speed. Yeah,
and Matt, we'll have a chance now to hear from Coach Holman. We'll bring it up here into the booth for Smoke Signals. This reminder that Smoke Signals and all of our conversations with Coach Holman this year are brought to you by Dr. Larry Folden, Dr. Brad Westbrook, and Dr. Charlie Stocks of All Smiles Dentistry. We thank All Smiles for all their support. And now we'll set it up for Smoke Signals with Coach Jason Holman.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Stocks, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Welcome to Smoke Signals, everyone. I'm Matt Montgomery, along with head football coach and athletic director Jason Holman. Jacksonville had their home opener last week against the White House Wildcats. Coach, it obviously didn't go the way you wanted it to, but you talked about, I remember a couple of weeks ago, how important special teams is. You jump out 7-0, and man, then you have 2 consecutive kickoffs that you lose the ball, and they converted them into scores. I mean, just a huge turn after getting off to such a great start.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and I think in both the cases, I think really what we're guilty of is really just trying to make something extraordinary happen instead of just, we were fighting in a pile one time with Coda Kennedy. I know what he was trying to do, trying to get extra yards, but there is that time where you just got to cover the ball up and just go down, when you're just completely wrapped up. And unfortunately, we didn't do that, and the ball popped out and happened to us twice.
What a great start, though. I mean, you come right out and you go right down the field. I think White House is really playing on their heels that first drive, but again, the turnovers and that happened, and then White House just turned on the Jets. Talk about what you and your staff were thinking about when you're going at the half of that kind of a deficit. How do you play out of that?
Well, we talk to the kids all the time. Games aren't won in the first half, but they can be lost. And I think in our case, what happened with us is, we've had something really positive straight out of the gates happen. And we were in a football game there for a while that looked like it was going to be a good competitive football game, and then the negatives started to pile up, and we lost our head. We lost our composure at times, and our focus went from playing football to being involved in a grudge match. And you can't do that. You can't make the game personal. You can't have one-on-one battles that aren't conducive with what's going on in the football game. And we were definitely guilty of that in the first half. And as I told the kids at halftime, that scoreboard is the result of when you let that take over. When you lose your head, when you become emotional, and you completely lose your focus, that's what happens. So we challenged them at halftime, said you got 2 options. You can either lay down and that score can be doubled, or you can go to work and you can make this, we can salvage some type of good feeling in our good taste in our mouth by coming out and competing hard in the second half. So that was the message at halftime.
And it was another one of those games where you had 3 turnovers. Time of possession wasn't as bad as it was in the Sulphur Springs game, but it was still pretty lopsided right there. And so you came out and you played hard the second half, and like you talked about, you want to find out what kids are going to play when the chips are down. And I think you found some of those guys in the second half.
We did. Every game you find a little bit more about the character of our kids and, who we can count on, quite frankly, who we can't. And I've made the promise to the kids that regardless of class, seniority, whether you're a senior, junior, sophomore, regardless of size and athletic ability, if you're not playing with maximum effort, and you're not competing at a high level, we're going to make the change and we're going to put those in that do. And unfortunately, we had some of that the other night, and we've had we've got to go to work this week and figuring out, who can we put on the field that's consistently going to give us what we're demanding, and in hopes that the others will figure it out and come on.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights. Jacksonville versus White House. Opening play right here, Coach. Nice little zone read. I think that was a busted play, maybe.
Well, we had some read option in the game, and that was the timing was awful, Matt. That's why he pulled it.
So here's that huge package you put in, Jaden, going in from 1. You put that in, looked like last week, and, man, that paid off.
We call that beast. Kids love it. You'll hear them hollering it. And, we just decided to go out there and get after them.
Here's Devin going 92. Wow, just foot speed.
Of course, this is what he can do. We can get the ball in his hands. We've got to find ways to get ball in his hands more often. But great run, great throw and catch.
So coming up here's Ryan McCown finding some time, and he hits Jermaine on the sideline for 23.
Good job by Ryan moving the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, making a negative turn into a positive.
Nice timing play here, a little fade, Jermaine.
A good job by Jermaine going up and timing it well and going up and making a big catch.
There's the score right there, and there's the stats, and there's the turnovers at the bottom. You can see that the time of possession is not as lopsided as week 1, a little bit better. But I know that's what you want to see, Coach. You want to see improvement. You want to see things get better. You didn't improve necessarily on the turnover part, but 2 of those turnovers were on special teams. It wasn't your offense, so that was a little bit better there. So talk about the mood of the kids. Where are you right now emotionally after the 2 ball games?
Well, anytime you take a loss like that, there's frustration, no question. I mean, there's no point in beating around that bush. But we came out yesterday on a Labor Day holiday and had a great practice. And the kids, they want to improve. Their heart's in it. And we as coaches, we cranked it up a little bit on them. And we had some really good responses out of that. So, it's just part of the learning process. This is what preseason's all about. We got to figure ourselves out. We got to figure out how to win football games, and we know now clearly that we can't let that happen to us again, because that's not a way to win.
Well, it doesn't get any easier this week, Coach. The Crandall Pirates come to town, and this is a team that is explosive. I mean, they're 1-1, but I think they've scored 47 in one game and 40 in the other, something like that. I mean, they've scored a lot of points. So. Talk about the Pirates. This will be the 3rd time that Jacksonville's played them, and they always have great athletes.
Well, they're a very good football team, number one. They've got good skill positions. They're very effective on the line, speaking in terms of them offensively. Got a quarterback that deals the ball well, makes good decisions, and he'll make you miss, and he'll pull it and run it on you. So they're a very well-rounded football team. They execute well. We've got to make sure that we're on point defensively, and we match, if not beat, their execution, and limit their big play capability. Defensively, they do a good job of maintaining gaps. They cover well. They're just a very well-rounded football team that does not make many mistakes.
Coach, you ran the ball pretty good against White House last week. Wasn't bad. Is that something that you want to try to obviously continue to do to have more balance? Because, of course, everybody knows about Devin McCune and the passing game and how effective that's been for Jacksonville. So I know that you would like to have that running part of the game. Can you do that against Crandall this week?
Well, I think we can, and we're looking at a couple of wrinkles. May involve some tight ends and do some things where we can put hats on hats and get people occupied at the line of scrimmage and, create some holes. I've been very pleased with our offensive line. You know, they've done a really good job of coming together as a unit. They're working very, very hard. We're not perfect by any means, but we're starting to figure things out. And, you know, we challenged them going in the White House game to be able to run the football. Unfortunately, the game got out of hand, and we had to do what we had to do in the second half to try to generate some points. But we would love nothing more than be in a competitive football game where we can stay balanced, run, pass, keep people off balance, and you know, use the running game to set up the passing game. And that's what we strive to do.
Don't you talk about keeping the kids engaged and making sure they, like you said, don't lose the game in the first half. And after a game like the White House game and the Sulphur Springs, not so much, but how do you keep the kids engaged at this point and make sure that they're still focused on what they got to do and get ready for district?
It all boils down to having the mentality. It's always about the next play. It's not about the end result. It's not about what you did 3 plays ago or what happened, you know, the last play. It's always, the focus has always got to be on the next play that you're experiencing. You got to be in the present. You can't be in the past or the future. And when you have that kind of mindset, then your focus is on executing to the best of your ability on this given play. And that's hard to teach a 15, 16, 17-year-old kid.
Yeah.
But honestly, that is the mentality that is going to help to make you be successful, because you, like I say, you're in the present. You're aware of what's happening right now, coming on this very next snap, and you're not distracted by something that happened 3 snaps ago. So that's what it is. It's just a head down, go to work mentality. Next play, next play, next play. You know, win your battles, and if you got that kind of mindset and you can add those up over the course of the football game, you'll be successful.
Keys to the game to get the win against Crandall.
Well, I mean, we've got to come out and be competitive. I mean, we've got to compete. We've got to play as 11. It can't be, you know, one-on-one. We had a lot of personal fouls and unsportsmanlike the other day, and you know, our kids were completely guilty. I mean, obviously that was a rivalry, and White House was guilty of some as well, but we can't let that sort of thing get into our head and affect our play level to the point where we dismiss our assignment. We've got to be playing together. We talk to them all the time about doing your part, your one of the 11, and executing every single snap, and swarming the ball defensively and playing with great effort, even when things, you know, they're going to catch a pass here and there. They may break a run here and there. It doesn't mean we quit playing and just lay down and let them walk in the end zone. The one thing I was disappointed in Friday night is they had, during the first half, they had, I think it was 7 possessions, and they scored 6 touchdowns.
Yeah.
It's like, where is it written that every time they have a possession, they're going to score a touchdown? You've got to bow your neck, and you've got to make a stop. And that's the type of thing we can't allow.
So it's Jacksonville versus Crandall, week number 3 at Tomato Bowl. Kickoff coming up at 7:30. For head coach Jason Holman, I'm Matt Montgomery. We'll see you here next time on Smoke Signals.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Stocks, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car, or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
Congratulations is Jacksonville's source for a full line of awards and engraving services. But we don't stop there. You'll want to check out our examples of creative personalized gifts too. Congratulations also serves East Texas as a promotional products dealer. We are passionate about sourcing just the right items. With our laser capabilities, we can also design and install acrylic signage or graphics. Want to see samples of our work? Go no further than the Tomato Bowl entry. We're especially proud of the arrowheads. Visit Congratulations Showroom or website soon, and let's make something amazing together.
Since 1953, Hubert Glass Oil has been serving East Texans the finest automotive fuels and lubricants. Hubert Glass Oil Company, the clear solution for your business.
The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich is delicious. It's got that barbecue flavor, the cheese melts on top with that Texas toast. You look at it, your mouth starts watering. It's my go-to sandwich. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, that's my all-time favorite.
Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville, getting ready for Jacksonville and Crandall in Week 3. Aaron Swink, Ryan Travis, Todd Travis along with you. And, of course, down on the field is our man in the hat, Matt Montgomery, who's back after a week off and some recuperation. And, Matt, as we get closer to kickoff here, Jacksonville looking for that first win of the Jason Holman era.
Yeah, they are, and it's going to come against a tough opponent in Crandall at 2-0 with a high-scoring offense. And let's take a look at some of the statistics of Crandall and Jacksonville. By the way, this part of our countdown to kickoff is brought to you by our good friends at Dairy Queen on South Jackson. Gene Brumbelow, JHS class of 1967, and his daughter Ann Farmer, JHS class of 2006. We appreciate Gene and Ann and Dairy Queen on South Jackson for sponsoring this part of our countdown to kickoff. This is a very diversified Crandall offense. Their quarterback, a first-year quarterback, actually played wide receiver last year for Crandall. Torch Jacksonville. I'm talking about Luke Moffitt. He's a senior. Was great catching the ball, 4 catches last year against Jacksonville as a receiver. And what I remember most about Moffitt is how shifty he was on kickoff returns and punt returns. He's playing the quarterback position in 2 games, guys. He's 26 out of 36 for 400 yards and 2 touchdowns, so he's pretty efficient throwing the football. The running game, we talked about this in the prior segment on the countdown to kickoff. They're led by Chris Abram, the senior. He's rushed for 288 yards in the first 2 ball games. Yep, that's 144 a game. He scored 5 touchdowns last year against Jacksonville in that game in Crandall, that 51-36 win by Crandall over Jacksonville. Abram had 138 yards and 3 touchdowns. So he is definitely a guy about 195 pounds that Jacksonville is going to have to contend with. And Austin Anderson, the junior, plays a lot of linebacker. He has 129 yards. In 2 ball games. So they got a 1-2 punch right there. Coach Holman calls them thunder and lightning. They can make it go. Their leading receivers, 2 guys have catches. Smith, the junior's got 8 catches for 150, and Bowman 8 catches for 107. We talked about Omosigo as a receiver the previous 2 years. He only has 3 catches. Of course, last week he was off, so he had 3 catches in that first game. So their kicker, Perez, is 7 out of 7 on extra points. Those are the things that stand out for the Crandall Pirates. Jacksonville, the side of the ball, the first thing that pops out at me, guys, is, they gave up just 21 points in that first game, and they gave up 56 last week. That's something that obviously that they got to fix defensively. Third down conversions are only 6 out of 20. So we talked about a minute ago how you can't get behind the chains. That's what happens. It causes that percentage on third down conversions to go down significantly. 6 turnovers, 4 picks by Ryan McCown, and then, of course, the 2 fumbles that Jacksonville lost in the kickoffs. The 6 turnovers to the opponent's just 1. So in the first 2 ball games, Jacksonville is down -5 on the turnover ratio. So through the air, Ryan McCown is 20 out of 50. Again, 3 touchdowns versus 4 interceptions. And, of course, the leading receiver for Jacksonville is Devin McEwen with 7 catches for 172 yards on the ground. Jawalen Kennedy, 11 carries for 71 yards. And, Jawalen's about – he's about $150, but, man, he's a scooter. And if Jacksonville can just kind of get him in space, he can make some things happen. And, of course, Jaden Boyd had the touchdown last week on the power run. He has 12 carries for 36. Ryan's carried the ball 14 times for 46 yards. So, all in all, guys, 2 games, there's not a lot of great statistics to report for Jacksonville. They just got to clean things up. And this is a Crandall defense that it isn't like they're really stout defensively. They gave up 55 points the first game in that 3-point win over Forney. So anytime a defense gives up 55, hey, they got some issues too. But last week Kaufman only scored 10. But Kaufman can't throw the ball, as I remember in the scrimmage. That hurt Kaufman, and of course Crandall came away with a big win on that. So that's what the statistics look like, Aaron, as both teams coming in on opposite sides of the track. Crandall 2-0, Jacksonville 0-2. Now the Jacksonville school song, played by the Jacksonville High School Band. Let's listen in. Jacksonville High School Band under the direction of Donnie Barrier with the alma mater as the festivities continue airing in the north end zone with, I'm not sure who's running out here. I know that last week it was was that a mentor group of students, 4th and 5th graders? I can't remember. I watched the game. You guys did a heck of a job, by the way. Y'all just did terrible on the score. But other than that, y'all did really well.
Sorry we couldn't make that part work. But.
Yeah. So we'll see. It's really cool when you're this age, you know, to be able to run out in Tomato Bowl like this, and it's something that Coach Holman's wife, JJ Holman, she was very involved with this, I understand, down in Tatum. And so when she got here, she wanted to know about how they engage the younger students to give them that Tomato Bowl experience. So here we go in the second home game. We're going to do it again. I'm not sure who this group is, but we'll see them run out here in just a moment. Of course, last week we also had Little Charmers. I saw them down on the field. Hey, I saw a lot on our broadcast. Sometimes I saw more on that than I do when I'm right here on the field.
Well, that's all down to Ryan Travis, our producer extraordinaire, and of course Lee Traylor, who helps us some with the home video as well. And man, it's just a fantastic product. Here comes the tribe, or the Little Indians, we should say.
Yeah, this is the Little Indians. Okay.
Yeah, had some nice Facebook messages this past week, Matt, from some family members of White House players whose family had watched the broadcast. They were commenting on how professionally done the broadcast was and how thankful they were that their family who couldn't make it to the ball game was able to watch. And so that was great to hear and encouraging to hear.
I don't know what's going on. They lost one of my former partners, Brian Houston, who went to Longview to do their play-by-play. And I don't think White House, I'm not sure they have a broadcast anymore, which is really shocking because that's been a pretty good program to do for the last several years. And I'm not sure if they're even on air anywhere. So I'm sure that they were watching it to be able to catch the game.
Yeah, this was the family of White House punter Bo Benson. Learned a lot about Bo this week. Of course, on the broadcast last week, we mentioned that he had one of the best football names that we've heard so far this season, and all his family got a kick out of that. Come to find out, Bo's dad is an investigator with Smith County, and so he was showing our clips of our broadcast all around to the prosecutors and law enforcement folks there in Smith County. He enjoyed it that much, and so, of course, I had friends then texting me, attorneys people that I knew, and I just reminded Ryan when all this, kind of came to light, don't let me say anything stupid on the air because people will post it. And my friends will find out and tell me about it.
Well, I'm glad I wasn't here last week.
There you go. No,
I try to keep a low profile. I don't want to be around those prosecutors and all those
That's
guys.
right. Well, no, they did enjoy it and complimented Ryan and Lee and just the video production itself, and it is one of the best around, that's for sure. It's fun to be a part of it.
I mean, Lee Traylor and his students, he has 25 students participating in the on the field video and up in the booth video and everything, producing all this, and it's pretty amazing. It's kind of like the hot thing to do right now at the high school for an elective is to get in Lee Traylor's audio video. Is that what audio visual program?
There you go.
Yeah. So it's a pretty big deal. I mean, if you go in the control room up there, it's very nice. It's amazing what's going on in high schools right now with all the technology. I mean, it's here. I mean, it's like, I guarantee when CBS was doing football back in the 70s, they didn't have the kind of production value some of these high schools have, even Jacksonville. So it's pretty impressive. So both teams still in their respective locker rooms as we still have about 10 minutes to go before kickoff, as both teams kind of late arriving here. Typically we'll get teams on the field about 7:20.
Yeah, Crandall has lined up, Matt, in the south end zone,
and
so
miss those guys.
Yeah, they're waiting to make their way out.
Ooh, they got some size. Wow. I just don't know what some of these towns have in their water. I mean, really, is it lead? Is it iron? I mean, what is going on? it hasn't found its way to Jacksonville in several years.
Well,
we have a few of those, but not that many.
In the past, we could have said it was the chicken fried steaks at the Crandall Gin, but unfortunately.
Well, Jacksonville back in the day, I mean, I remember that 2000 team, if you remember, that went 4 deep
Yes.
in the playoffs. The offensive line, and the people that haven't followed Jacksonville football or maybe don't remember 22 years ago like I do, but the offensive line for Jacksonville that year averaged 305. I mean, for a high school team, Sammy Nasser, he was the runt of the group at center at 270. So, I mean, you got Jamie Hightower and Quentin Holman. Who else? Oh, goodness. I'll think of it in a minute, but that offensive line was huge. And in the last several years in Class 5A, Jacksonville has kind of been the run of the litter. We just don't have the size of some of those bigger schools. That's why I'm so thankful that Jacksonville's back in 4A, where maybe we can compete a little bit more up front. So at Jacksonville now in the north end zone have come out as they'll get set to come under the Indian headdress. Charmers on the field as the crowd starts to roll in here at Tomato Bowl. Crandall's brought a decent crowd across the way. It's about an hour and 20 minutes from here to Crandall.
Straight shot down 175.
Yep. And I know you guys are glad that you're not sitting in the stands in August,
the
August sun like we were
just
last
about
year.
to mention that, Matt. We were talking about that season opener last year, and we were in the stands looking into the sun. That was an adventure, let's say.
Wasn't that fun?
Yeah, it was.
Folks, I want to remind you this part of our countdown to kickoff is brought to you by our good friends at the South Jackson Dairy Queen. Gene Brumelo, JJ, 1967, and his daughter Ann Farmer, JHS class of 2006. We want to thank Ann and Gene and the South Jackson Dairy Queen. Go get you a Blizzard. It's still warm enough to get one of those. It's not that cold. It's just right. The weather's perfect for one.
There you go. Had a from the South Jackson Dairy Queen, of course. Had a Thin Mints Girl Scout cookie blizzard earlier this week, and I can report they're still good.
Good call.
So Jacksonville and Crandall about 7 minutes away here in week 3. And you mentioned it earlier, Matt. Looks like it's going to be a perfect night for football down there.
Yeah, there's no wind to contend with at all, and the humidity I mentioned earlier is quite low, so it's going to be one of those dry, low humidity evenings where it'll probably get down in the upper 70s by the end of the ball game. So again, it's just going to be beautiful weather. Kind of a different pregame, kind of strange. Both teams still warming up. It's kind of like everybody got out a little bit too soon. Or maybe they didn't get out soon enough because, it's 7:24, and usually you're lined up on the sideline with the national anthem, and you got your fake captain toss.
That's right.
They always toss the coin way before. I asked Wayne Coleman last year, former head coach here, about that, and they just said it's so much easier just to go and get out of the way. That way you don't have to worry about your players picking the wrong side they want to be on. You just go ahead and call it right then and be done with it. And I said, then why do they go out the middle of the field and do that? He said, that's for the fans. But it's already been decided.
Yeah, I was just counting officials, Matt, making sure I didn't know. I know there's one local game, the Alto St. Augustine game, has been moved to tomorrow afternoon due to an official shortage. So
I wondered why that game got
set.
That's why.
So I was wondering.
Hey, it's amazing the shortages. There's 11 million job openings in America. I don't know how some of these people are paying their bills, but they're not working. And you talking about shortages, I saw the Dallas Independent School District started the year 1,200 teachers short. Austin ISD, 1,800 teachers short. So I'm not surprised because a lot of people just don't want to officiate anymore. They just don't want to do it. It's hard to get people to come out and do it.
So the Crandall Pirates have now made their way out of their run-through. Jacksonville appears to be finishing up their warm-up. Jacksonville in the blue helmets, blue tops, and a switch to the gold pants this week from all blue last week.
Yeah, I noticed that. They did make the pants switch. Got more traditional gold pants, and Now the Indians come under the headdress, and is it just me, or is this kind of a late start, or something's weird? Like, I mean, kickoff's in just a few minutes.
Yeah, it seems that way, Matt.
I mean, it's going to be a little bit. It's going to run after 7:30. Is what I'm saying.
Jacksonville
maybe
just
not.
about ready to make their way out.
There's the video.
Of tradition and excellence. It is a pilgrimage through downtown to the stadium on the hill. It is historic. It is iconic red rock and a J made of flame. It is the season of fall and football in the Lone Star State. It is where legends are born and perseverance reigns supreme. It is where a proud city comes to cheer its Indians to victory. It is Friday night in the historic Tomato Bowl.
And here comes the Tribe.
Good luck, buddy.
And so we're almost ready to go here, Matt, as you go through your traditional pregame high fives and fist bumps and all that good stuff.
Let's go, bud. Have a go.
And we'll get ready for the national anthem, which will be played by the Jacksonville Fighting Indian Band under the direction of Donnie Barrier. Did you get all your high fives in, Matt?
Got them all in.
All right.
Jacksonville High School Band with the playing of the national anthem. And Aaron, I noticed the flag's just a bit short of the top right there. I think that's on purpose for 9/11, as that sad anniversary coming up here in a couple days.
Very much so.
No, it's going up. Okay, they were just a little slow on the uptake.
Well, Matt, I was going to mention, of course, 9/11 coming up on Sunday. Also saw where President Biden has ordered all U.S. flags at half-staff to recognize the recent death of Queen Elizabeth II of the United Kingdom, and he has ordered that the flags would be at half-staff until her state funeral. So I wondered if that might also be the case.
Could be. Hey, and I just want to say today would have been today is Rick Watson's birthday. The late Rick Watson did football games with him for 29 years here for Jacksonville, and that was 20 years ago we lost Rick, coming up this spring. So today has been his birthday, and it just reminded me of the flag. He always liked to watch that flag go up. He always commented on that. Captain's meeting in midfield. It was Jacksonville represented by DeAndre Dials, along with Cash Bearden.
Representing Crandall, number 21, Dyson Hopkins, 23,
and let me spot that other number. That's number 63. That's Blake Causey, one of the offensive linemen for Jacksonville.
Dylan Schultz and third number 30, William O'Drusick.
You know, this coin flip may look real, Aaron. Official tossed the coin, and he's talking to Jacksonville's DeAndre Dials, and Dials said, we're going to defer to the second half. So Jacksonville did win the toss. They'll defer. Fighting Indians will put their defense on the field first. Crandall will receive, and they'll be coming out of the north end zone, going from left to right on your video screen, or however way you stream the games. A little bit different than that dial we used to say.
That's right. We're glad you're with us on jhs-sports.com and across all of our social media platforms. However, Matt said, however you may be streaming.
Our kickoff tonight is brought to you by
So Jason Holman decides to put his defense on the field first, maybe thinking about setting the tone. You know, you come out, you get a good stop, give your offense the ball, and then, you know, get a little momentum going against a really good Crandall team coming in at 2-0. Jacksonville, of course, looking for their first win as the kickoff team for Jacksonville now getting set to come up to kick the football off. Folks, this part of our countdown to kickoff has been brought to you by the South Jackson Dairy Queen, Gene Brummel, JHS class of 1967, and his daughter Ann Farmer, JHS class of 2006. We want to thank Gene and Ann for sponsoring all of our countdown to kickoffs in 2022 and past years as well. So we're getting ready to go as Jesus Nunez, the junior kicker, who's had quite a lineage in Jacksonville. Of course, his brother Juan Nunez kicked in 2015 and I think in 2016. And Marco Nunez was a pretty good player for Jacksonville as well. We're set to go. Week 3, Jacksonville versus Crandall. Glad you're with us here at Historic Tomato Bowl and with your play-by-play. Here's Aaron Swing.
Nunez has the ball teed up, and we are underway. This is a kick that'll chase the return man inside his 10. He fields it cleanly, though. Room to run out over the 30. Now cutting back to the left to the 35, and finally knocked down there, but good starting field position for the Pirates, Matt.
Yeah, Case Mumphrey with the return. Got a 20-yard, 22-yard return. Jacksonville closed nicely right there. So here's that potent offense of Crandall led by quarterback Luke Moffitt, a receiver last year converted to a quarterback. Of course, Abrams in the backfield with him.
There'll be 2 receivers wide left, 1 to the right, H-back on the right side as well. Handoff straight ahead and some hard yardage out to about the 39.
And that's what you're going to have for Jacksonville. You got to get a lot of blue hats there. One guy can't make the tackle. He's going to need help. Hurry up offense here by Crandall.
Same look, 2 right, 1 left. Handoff is fake. The ball is deep, 1-on-1, far side. Caught and out of bounds. Big first down.
Michael Collins, the 6'5 receiver with the catch. Check that. No, that is Smith, the other leading receiver, Josh Smith. It's him and Collins both with 8 catches. Man, he is a big kid. First down to the Jacksonville 24.
Trips right for the Pirates. This time, though, handoff is to Abrams straight ahead, and he battles down to about the 21 of Jacksonville.
Well, nice job by Jaden Boyd, the Jacksonville linebacker. The junior stepped up in the gap, and then he got help from a couple of other defensive linemen, Caden Franklin, namely.
And now Moffitt fakes a handoff, fires over the middle, caught, big hit.
That's just a great catch by DeAndre Bowman. What a thread thrown that time. Just a frozen rope by Moffitt. Good defense by Cash Bearden of Jacksonville. But it's the catch in the first down and goal for Crandall at the Jacks 9.
This time Moffitt throws left, 1-on-1 into the end zone. Incomplete.
No, that's a touchdown.
Oh, check that. The catch is made on that far side. Looked like he
it's Josh Smith.
was a great signal there.
I mean, Josh Smith is 6'5", and McGowan over there trying to cover him. He's 5'6". I mean, it's a mismatch. They're going to have to go with What? Offsides on Jacksonville, of course, that's decline.
That's decline. The touchdown, of course, stands.
I mean, what a mismatch over there. I mean, you got to feel bad for Jalen McGowan. I mean, what do you do? The guy's 6'5". He's made 2 catches, that one for the score from 9. So with 10:42 in this first quarter, Crandall already on the board.
So here's the first extra point attempt of the game. Extra points are brought to you by our friends at Neighbors Coffee in downtown Jacksonville.
And this is clearly a number change because this is not their kicker's number, Perez. Unless that's, let me see, yeah, it is. It's 23. That's
Snap,
correct.
the hold, the kick is up and good. So with 10:42 to go, just underway here first quarter, the score, Crandall 7, Jacksonville nothing. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Gene Brumlow, class of 66, and his daughter Ann Farmer proudly support Jacksonville athletics. Come on over to the South Jackson Dairy Queen and get one of their world-famous blizzards. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984. Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. Crandall up early, 7-0. Matt, in a word, that drive was efficient for the Pirates.
Well, it sure was. And, of course, we knew that Moffitt could throw the ball with those 2 solid receivers, and, boy, they showed it right there. Here's the kickoff.
Kick on the way. It's a deep one. Not fielded cleanly, but finally bouncing ball picked up.
Those are the kinds of things right there. Just dropping the ball at the 2-yard line. Jermaine Taylor just kind of lost focus a little bit, and he just gets back out to the 14-yard line. So, I mean, secure the ball and get up the field. By the time he picked it up, they were on him. So here's Ryan McCowan, the senior quarterback. He'll be joined in the backfield by senior Joellen Kennedy, the leading rusher for Jacksonville, 71 yards in 2 games.
We'll have Devin McEwen split out wide to the left. We'll have Kennedy on the right. This time the handoff, though, nothing doing.
Tried to stretch that, did Joellen, and he just had nowhere to go. Nice seal job by Aiden Ross, the senior defensive end for Crandall. He just turned Joellen back inside. He wasn't going to let that little scooter get to the edge. So no gain on the play, actually a loss of about a yard, 2nd and 11 for Jacksonville. Here you go. You're getting behind the chains already on the first play.
So it's Taylor split out wide to the right, and McEwen to the left. McCowan looking for McEwen, off his hands and incomplete.
And great play defensively. It's a great throw by Ryan McCowan. He put it right where he needed to, but Kendrick Jones came over and got his hand right between the hands of Devin McEwen, the sure-handed Division I commit to UTSA for Jacksonville. And now it's 3rd down and 11 for the Fighting Indians. They're at their own 13.
So it looks like an obvious passing down here for Jacksonville. 2 receivers on the right side of the formation. McCowan under pressure over the middle, throws complete, 1st down yardage and a whole lot more. Midfield into the Pirate territory. Jermaine goes all the way down to the 35 for the huge Bill McCray Ford 1st down.
I don't understand why Jermaine ran toward the tackler. Go the other direction. You might score. He turned back to the teeth of that cornerback. Number 6 downfield, Kendrick Jones. He ran over him. It looked good. Just run away from him, though. 1st down, Jacksonville, their first one. Bill McCray Ford 1st down. Huge gain on 3rd and 11. Nice conversion.
So
in a big way.
Kennedy stays in the backfield with McCowan, and split out to the right are McEwen and Jermaine Taylor. McEwen on the right side slot, and Taylor to the outside. This time, McCowan hands off to Kennedy. He's down inside the 30, and he powers all the way down to about the 27.
Yeah, it's just a good decision that time off the block of Lyles, the Jacksonville offensive lineman. Nice block by the junior as Kennedy got the corner. And what I liked what Joellen did, he just went straight up the field, guys. Planted his foot, went straight up the field, didn't try to dance to the sidelines. If he does, they're going to run him down. Instead, he picks up a solid 8 yards by just putting his foot in the ground and going forward. So 7-0 Crandall. They drove right down the field, and now Jacksonville has answered with a 2nd down and 2 now at the Crandall 27.
Same look with the 2 receivers on the right. This time, handoff again, stretch play.
First down.
And the Bill McCray Ford first down out near the 20, spot about the 22.
Same play, except this time Joellen does bounce it to the outside, and when he does, he scoots to the sideline and gets that Bill McCray Ford first down as Jaden Boyd, the 240-pound junior, will check in at running back for Jacksonville as the Fighting Indians on a drive that was really looking dicey on 3rd 11 at their own 12-yard line. Now they have a first down at the Crandall 22, courtesy of that huge Jermaine Taylor catch on the 3rd down conversion.
So Jacksonville trying to keep up the pressure. McCowan rolls right, all kinds of time, into the end zone, incomplete.
Jermaine cut his route right there. Just keep running toward that back end line. Don't stop. I mean, McCown did a nice job getting some air under it, keeping it away from the safety. And if Jermaine just keeps running toward the end line, I mean, he may have to drag those toes, but he has a better chance. Instead, he just kind of stopped and turned and jumped. So 2nd down as the Indians take that shot in the end zone. Incomplete.
This time, McCowan rolls to his right, looking again, this time to the sideline. It's caught. McEwen picks up the Bill McCray Ford first down.
What a shot. I love the way they're moving the pocket with Ryan. And when Ryan rolls to his right and he gets his shoulders turned, he can whip it. I mean, that was a laser beam right at the first down stake to McEwen. Just perfect timing. Those guys have been doing that since they were in the 7th grade together. Perfect timing. First down, Jacksonville at the Crandall 12.
Boyd now back with McCowan. Whistle's going to blow this play dead.
Yeah, that's a procedure on Jacksonville. And with that open field over there, it was one-on-one coverage with Devin McEwen on Kendrick Jones, and it was going to be a fade route and let Devin do what he does so well athletically, just go up and get it. But it's going to be a penalty on Jacksonville for procedure, false start, so it'll be 1st and 15. That'll push the ball back to the 17 of Crandall.
And you said it, Matt. Devin was going to do what he does. He still almost hauled that ball in after the whistle blew just because he could.
Just for fun.
Yeah. He's got the ability to go up and get it. So now McCowan going to try it again. And this time,
no.
they're going to say he was out of bounds. He caught the ball. Looked for all.
Let's see the replay if they're going to show it.
Yeah, looked for all the world like a touchdown.
I thought he got that foot in. Official was right there on the spot. I mean, he's closer than I was. Just wishful on my part. Oh, what a catch, what a throw as Ryan just he kept it away from the safety coming over the top as well as Devin beating the corner, and he threw it to where the only guy that could get it was Devin McEwen, and man, he almost came away with a big-time score. 2nd down, 15 now for Jacksonville.
Do they go that way 3 times in a row? No, they don't. The handoff is to Boyd, and he will run around the right end and pick up some nice yardage.
About 9 yards right there. The big fella, 240, turning the corner. As Jacksonville, I tell you, they're doing a nice job on that offensive line. A tough start. You know, like I said, they were 3rd down and 11 on that after that conversion, but they've been giving Ryan McCowan some nice protection, moving the pocket, and that time they got upfield and got underneath the pads of Crandall's defensive front. So now it's a more makeable 3rd down and 7. The Indians can get a first down at the Crandall 2.
So McCowan with time, loads up, fires. Got his man, touchdown Jacksonville.
Perfect shot by McCowan in the corner at the flag on a comeback. And Jermaine Taylor, who had the big 3rd down conversion to get Jacksonville that 3rd and 11 first down, gets the score from 8 yards out. Jacksonville on the board. Here's Jesus Nunez out of the hold of Ryan McCowan to try to tie this game up.
So Nunez extra point attempt is brought to you by our friends at Neighbors Coffee, downtown Jacksonville. Kick is on the way and good. So with 6:15 to go first quarter, we're all tied up. Jacksonville 7, Crandall 7. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Community is not just a place. It's not just people who live nearby or the name on a city limit sign. No, community is pride. It's support. It's showing up when you're needed without being asked. Community is knowing that you're not alone. It's sharing burdens and successes. Community is beautiful, and community is strong. We've been a community bank for over 100 years, and we've never been more proud to be a part of this community. Austin Bank.
Back live at the Tomato Bowl with the Jacksonville Fighting Indians finding the end zone, tying up the ball game with the first Fighting Indians scoring drive summary of the evening. Here's Todd Travis. Todd?
It was a 10-play drive, covered 86 yards, ending with a touchdown, making the score 7-7.
Can't do it any better than that, guys. Wow, that's very nice.
High popped-up kick to the near side. Could be trouble fielded cleanly, though. Jacksonville's got to make a tackle at the 40-yard line and finally able to upend the return man about the 43.
Yeah, so far the 2 kickoffs have favored Crandall as they've had pretty good field position on both of them. This one's going to get spotted. Let's see where they finally put the football down after the forward progress. It's going to be at the 43-yard line of Crandall. So both teams scoring on their opening drives. Crandall in much quicker fashion. Let's see if Jacksonville can shore up the passing game here.
Abram in the backfield with Moffitt. This time.
Good tackle. Yeah, it's a good tackle there by McGowan. Kept him in front of him as the
that's Olmosigo making his first catch, and we weren't sure whether we'd see him offensively, but it looks like he will be split out wide some tonight. This time, though, the handoff is to Abram. All kinds of room to run. They're not going to catch him. Touchdown, Crandall.
Terrible angles that time by Jacksonville. 43-yard touchdown run by Abram, untouched almost. Oh, man, I said that in pregame, guys. The tackling angles last week against White House, I mean, there's no other way to say it. They were awful. And that play right there was even worse than awful. I mean, when you just kind of run a little stretch play, nobody touches him, what does that tell you? Bad angles. So Crandall on the board already again. And here's the extra point, Brandon Perez.
So Perez's extra point attempt is on the way, and the kick brought to you by Neighbors Coffee is good. So with 5:34 to go now, first quarter, our score Crandall 14, Jacksonville 7. We'll be back after a short break for more Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Special thanks to the Jacksonville Education Foundation for everything that they do for Jacksonville teachers and students. For more information, please visit jisdfoundation.org.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
150 years. A lot happens to a town in that amount of time. And that's reason to celebrate. Join us Saturday, October 22nd. And invite your friends, family, and neighbors to come home, come downtown, and come together to celebrate Jacksonville's 150th birthday.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl. 5:34 to go first quarter. Crandall retaking the lead by a score 14-7 with another quick strike. Matt, you can't get into a shootout with this team.
No, you can't. We saw what they did in week 1. Oh, you got to go get that. You got to go get that.
Short kickoff.
Tell you what, Ryan Walker, I'm not sure what he was doing right there, but you've got to float back and get that one. That took a great hop for Jacksonville. Devin McCune was able to catch it. The ball fell about 8 yards in front of Devin McCune and got that Sunday hop right to him. Special teams has been one of the things in the first 2 ball games that has been slow to come around for Jacksonville. You got to give Perez credit on the kickoff right there. He dropped a dime in there, Texas leaguer. So Jacksonville will start their second possession on their own 26-yard line, down 14-7 to Crandall. This thing's starting to look like a track meet here in this first quarter. There's still 5 minutes to go.
2 receivers split wide left for the Indians. This time McCowan will keep, but he's met by a host of Pirates right around the original line of scrimmage.
Yeah, just a zone read right there, and I like the call. You got to keep the defensive front honest. Unfortunately, they're not only honest, but they're very fast. And they smoked Ryan McCowan, loss of about a yard on the play. He was unable to get up the field at all after pulling it from the gut of Joellen Kennedy. So now second down, we'll call it 11.
We'll go down under 5 minutes here in the first quarter. This time McCown hands off to Kennedy, who tries to take it around the right end, and he'll pick up a few out to the 30.
And Joellen Kennedy brings something to the Jacksonville running game that's been missing for, I think, the last 4 or 5 years, and it is that knife-cutting, slice through, plant the foot, get up the field. Again, he weighs like $150, but the way that he plants, he's hard to find too, and he's very physically strong. And he gets 6 of those yards back to make it a more makeable 3rd down and 6 to go for Jacksonville.
Then you get to have the sort of thunder and lightning approach, because now you've got Jaden Boyd back there. Obviously, this may be a passing down for Jacksonville, but McCowan under pressure, and he's going to have to get rid of this one, and boy, that was a dangerous pass.
Yeah, Osamigo, the Oklahoma commit for Crandall, got his hands on it, and then Devin McCune came in and played defense on that one. Ryan was throwing off his back foot because he had a lot of pressure from Aiden Ross coming off that right defensive end for Crandall, and just didn't have a lot of speed on that throw. So we'll see Jacksonville will send out, it looks like that's Skylar Whitaker, I believe, for his first punt of the evening.
Yeah, it's been kind of a rotating, revolving door at punter for Jacksonville between Whitaker and Smith. So we'll see Whitaker for this first one, but it'll be blown dead.
Whitaker does the smart thing, as Ryan Travis knows. They blow the whistle dead, but you go ahead and punt that ball and get a warm-up in. So let's see the call here. Most likely it's going to be motion on Jacksonville. That's the call, procedure. No, it's going to be, interesting. They got Crandall for messing with the cadence. That's a point of emphasis in high school football and college football, is on the defense this year. Guys hollering out the snap count or clapping their hands, because there's a lot of hand clapping to start plays now with crowd noise. So that goes against Crandall. It's 4th and 1, but Jacksonville's going to go ahead and punt the ball from this spot in the field. Good call by Jason Holman, I think.
So Whitaker.
Oh, we got a fake.
He'll fake it. He'll keep and he will pick up the Bill McCray Ford first down.
Now that was a great call by Jason Holman on the fake punt by Skylar Whitaker, the senior. No doubt about it. He took that snap. It was a little bit high when he brought it down. Man, he just took off, and it wasn't even close. Crandall completely fooled on the play in Jacksonville with a fake punt.
Yeah, as you can see, there's not a white jersey anywhere in the neighborhood when he decides to pull that down and run.
How about that call right there, huh? Hey, you're 0-2, and you're down 14-7 to a powerful team. Hey, throw it out there. Go for the fake punt, huh?
Yeah, try to get that extra possession, and Jacksonville did just that. The handoff now is to Kennedy as he tries to stretch the play, and he is met with force.
Tell you, Crandall is tall. They're long and lean. Aiden Ross, 6'4" defensive end. Man, he just put the kiss on Jawalen Kennedy. Loss of 4, 2nd and 14. I mean, Jawalen avoided the first tackler, and then Ross just turned out the lights on him.
So 2:55 and counting here in the first quarter. McCowan going to load up to throw. He's rolling the pocket to the left. He's got Kennedy.
So close. What a great move by Ryan McCown, getting out of the pocket and getting that arm. He's rolling to his left, and he's avoiding the tackle, and he got that arm up and just flicked it because he was about – and he did. He got tackled right when he threw the football. Kennedy holds on to it, got tripped up. He doesn't get tripped up right there, and it's going to be a Bill McCray Ford first down, but nevertheless he does pick up decent yardage to give Jacksonville a 3rd and 7 situation here with 2 minutes and 12 seconds counting in this first quarter. Jacksonville just wanting to match Crandall, who has 14, to Jacksonville 7, so 3rd and 7 for Jacksonville.
McCowan dropping back. Here comes the pressure, and down goes McCowan.
Straight drop back has been a difficult thing for Ryan McCown in his 2 years at Jacksonville and at the quarterback position, and he's had to do-si-do a lot. They did it a lot last year, and that time right there, you got to get rid of it, and not that he should have right there because Crandall had everybody covered up. And it's actually a nice play by McCowan, not throwing it in traffic. So 4th down, I don't think we'll see a fake here, Aaron. It's 4th and about 18.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so. We'll see if Whitaker can get a boot through one here. It's a high end-over-end kick. Going to take a nice Jacksonville bounce down inside the 20.
Nice.
And the coverage is fantastic.
I mean, a great punt, a great bounce, and even better coverage by Jacksonville's punt team. That changed the field. I mean, it flipped it. How about that punt, Todd Travis?
How about that drive for Skylar Whitaker?
Yeah,
let's make a couple of highlights.
We'll get the length of that punt right there, but it had height on it and distance. So Crandall will start this drive at their own 15-yard line.
See if the Jacksonville defense can ride the wave. 50 on the punt, says Todd Travis.
Tackle, tackle, tackle. There you go.
Handoff straight ahead, short gain.
Trent Powell on the tackle along with Ryan Walker, the 2 juniors. Abram will pick up 4, 2nd and 6 as we go under a minute in the first quarter.
2 receivers left. Right, 1 left. Pass over the middle, overthrows everybody.
Good coverage by Jawalen that time as he's covering the Oklahoma commit Omasigo. And Jawalen was right there. Nice coverage by Jalen. I said Jawalen, I'm sorry, it's Jalen McGowan. All 5'5" inches of him.
That may be a little generous, Matt.
Oh, we got offsides.
3rd and 6 here. This one will draw the flag, and Omasi goes wide open and drops it.
So that's a 81-yard touchdown if he catches it. because it's offsides Jacksonville, free play, and he just flat dropped it. And Jason Holman, who coaches the safeties for Jacksonville, he's out there giving an earful to his secondary right now. You can't get beat like that. You got a free play, you got to wake up, and you got a dead sprint, because that's what they're doing. They're going to throw deep. Can't get beat like that. You've got a head start. You're already up the field 7 or 8 yards. What are you doing? Or maybe 10 yards. So 3rd down and 1 after the penalty.
30 seconds to go here. First quarter. Handoff is to Abrams. Straight ahead, first down yardage.
Tell you, how about a strip? Somebody go in there and make the tackle, and then somebody else come and strip that football. First down, though, for Abram, the running back who coming into this ball game with 288 yards. He's adding to him in this one so far.
This time, Abram again, stretch play to the right side, and he will get away from a few, and finally
got a flag downfield.
Driven out of bounds.
Let's see if we got a hold on Omasigo. It looks like it was thrown right at his feet as he was downfield blocking. He may have reached out and grabbed McGowan of Jacksonville. So let's see where this one's going to go right here. Officials talking about it. Stops the clock.
Yeah, the officials still discussing here. And
well, they got the spot as Abram went out of bounds at the Crandall 37, and it's typically marked from the spot of the penalty, which was further upfield. I don't know how you mark that off. I guess it's back from where Abram went out of bounds. In other words, if the penalty comes from beyond where the running back went, it goes back from where the running back went out.
Right.
So let's see here if that is the call. I'm assuming it's a hold the way Omasigo was reacting for Crandall.
And the referee just went across and spoke to Coach Harden. I believe it was on the Crandall sideline. So it appears that the call will go against the Pirates.
That stretch play has been pretty effective for Crandall. And Coda Kennedy is getting caught up in that mix master. He has got to turn that play back to the inside. Can't reach out there with your arms on a guy like Abram. You got to get out, turn him back upfield. He's already scored once on that play. As the officials continue to sort this out, man, come on. Now this looks like this is going against Jacksonville. For Jacksonville, really? What?
So there you see the call goes against Jacksonville, first down as a result.
Well, Omasigo, he completely had me fooled because he was like putting his hands on his hip and dropped his head like it was on him.
Well, because, and like you said, Matt, the flag came in right at his feet.
Yes. Okay, first down Crandall, nevertheless. This will be probably the last play of the first quarter.
This time, Moffitt going to hand it off to Anderson, and he'll try to stretch it. Jacksonville will not let him do so.
Trent Powell coming up from his safety position. Powell had 11 tackles against Sulphur Springs, the junior, in his first start. He gets the tackle there, and that'll end this first quarter.
So after our score, Crandall 14, Jacksonville 7 as they switch ends. We'll take a short break and come back for more Fighting Indian football on JHS-sports.com.
150 years. A lot happens to a town in that amount of time. And that's reason to celebrate. Join us Saturday, October 22nd, and invite your friends, family, and neighbors to come home, come downtown, and come together to celebrate Jacksonville's 150th birthday.
For the past 40 years, Swink Studio of Dance in Jacksonville has provided instruction in classical ballet, tap, jazz, hip-hop, and contemporary dance styles for students age 4 through high school. Select classes for adults and award-winning competition teams are also available. For more information or to enroll a student, contact the studio today and let's dance.
And we're back as we get set to begin the second quarter of play. Luke Moffitt back to pass. Jacksonville all over him.
Nice play by Caden Franklin. With the sack, Ryan Walker coming up off the pile along with Jaden Boyd. And tippers flaring just a little bit right there. Actually, that's not Jaden Boyd. That's number 67. That's Raphael Foy getting his first start at the defensive tackle position, the junior. He's letting his presence be known. He's in on that sack of Moffitt. Loss of 3, third down, 12. Can the defense get off the field for the first time here?
This time, Moffitt fakes a handoff, deep ball. He's got a man wide open, and he's got 6. Josh Smith.
What a move by Josh Smith. He made Cash Bearden completely almost fall down. He did a little slant, and he stopped and turned around, and Cash bit, and he went right by him for the huge score. He had third down and 12. Man.
So out of the swinging gate into the extra point attempt, brought to you by Neighbors Coffee.
I mean, you got to give Crandall credit. Their receivers are well seasoned. They run great crisp routes. Completely fooled Bearden there.
Kick is on the way and good. So with 11:17 to go here in the first half, score now Crandall 21, Jacksonville 7. We'll be back after this short break. You're watching Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
Congratulations is Jacksonville's source for a full line of awards and engraving services. But we don't stop there. You'll want to check out our examples of creative personalized gifts too. Congratulations also serves East Texas as a promotional products dealer. We are passionate about sourcing just the right items. With our laser capabilities, we can also design and install acrylic signage or graphics. Want to see samples of our work? Go no further than the Tomato Bowl entry. We're especially proud of the arrowheads. Visit Congratulations Showroom or website soon, and let's make something amazing together.
That 100% beef Whataburger takes 2 hands and all of your attention. So yeah, now's the time to sneak that fry. Good thing there's plenty to savor. Good thing there's Whataburger.
Back live at the historic Tomato Bowl downtown Jacksonville. The Fighting Indians looking to answer the latest Crandall scoring drive that has the Pirates up 21-7.
That's out of bounds.
Kick will be watched by McEwen as draws the flag.
Well, Jacksonville has a lot of work to do in the secondary, and boy, Crandall is really taking advantage not only of their size differential, but they're really into this fool game where they make you look one thing. Moffitt has a great pump fake, and he just froze Cash Bearden of Jacksonville on that play, and then it was just turn out the lights, float it up there, let your big guy go get it. It's a pretty impressive passing offense, especially by a quarterback his first year to start in Moffitt. And, I mentioned coming in the ballgame, he was 26 out of 36, but he's got some cats that he can throw the ball to as well. So if you're Jacksonville, it's only 21-7. You're okay right here. You can go. You got plenty of time. Go down, just run your offense and get a score.
2 receivers on the right side. The handoff, though, for the stretch play.
That's not going to work.
Goes nowhere.
And that's one right there where Ryan McCown wishes he would have pulled that one. And everybody crashing on Joellen Kennedy, and he went ahead and left the ball in his bread basket and nowhere to go, lost on the play. So again, I know I sound like a broken record, but here you go. You got 2nd and 11. When you lose 1 yard, 2 yards, 3 yards on first down, it's tough. But if you got Jermaine Taylor and Devin McEwen bailing you out with some big plays, then you don't worry about it.
See if the Indians can order up one of those big plays here. On 2nd down as McCown rolls to his right and throws. It's tipped, but it's caught.
Walker!
As Ryan Walker with his first catch of the night and a Bill McCray Ford first down.
Omasigo, ball hit him right in the hands. I'm starting to realize that the best place to throw it to Omasigo was right in his hands. It hit him in the hands, just bounced up, and Great concentration by Ryan Walker, the junior H-back. Picks it up and gets up the first down. A Bill McCray Ford first down all the way out to the Jacksonville 44.
See if Jacksonville can press the advantage here. The handoff, lots of room to run.
Kennedy!
As Kennedy picks up another Bill McCray Ford first down.
Oh, Dials with another key block. I tell you, DeAndre Dials, the junior, he's playing a heck of a first half. He's getting that edge turn, and he's allowing Kennedy to get some of those stretch plays to the outside because he kind of seals it for him. Hagan Ray also with a nice block. So another first down, 2 consecutive first downs for Jacksonville. That pushes the ball into Crandall territory to the Pirate 39.
So now McCown hands off to Joylin Kennedy. This stretch play to the left, though, doesn't get going.
You know, it's interesting. The left side stretch, it hasn't been working. It's the right side stretch that seems to be working. So, you know what I'm going to do?
Go back to the right.
Yeah, not on this play. It's second down, 16. Loss of 6 right there. I wonder how many first downs Jacksonville has negative yardage so far in this ball game. I want to say on first down they have at least 5 negative plays on first down. At least.
So 9:40 and counting here first quarter, 5 and counting on the play clock. Jacksonville's got to go quick here. They do get the play off. McCown under all kinds of pressure, just going to have to fire this one away.
Great decision by Ryan McCown, just getting rid of the ball. I mean, they were bringing them. Crandall had a blitz on, and it looked like some players for Jacksonville really weren't in the right position right there. One of them being Ryan Walker. He kept looking at the sidelines. He changed twice and moved. He'll come out of the ball game as John Johnson, the senior, will check in for him. So now third down 16 after McCown just did everything he could just to avoid the sack and throw the ball away.
So obvious passing down here. The Indians go with 2 receivers each way as McCown drops back, loads up, fires. Double coverage.
Now he's out of bounds.
Out of bounds and incomplete. Catch was made, but
again,
ran out of real estate.
Well, Ryan just trying to keep the ball away from the free safety coming over the top as McEwen was open, and not a badly thrown ball. He just ran out of grass right there. So Skylar Whitaker on fourth down will try to play some field position here with 9:11 remaining in the second quarter. 21-7 Crandall, and you don't want to get cute right here. You really want to create a long field here instead of going for it even though you're in Crandall territory. You're not really in 4-down territory is what I'm trying to say.
So we'll see if Jacksonville able to pin Crandall deep. That's what they'll need to do. It's a bad snap, though, and the Pirates are coming.
Well, so much for playing field position. Another special teams miscue. Guys, those are starting to add up. And when they add up like that, it spells losses in the, and you just cannot continue to take some of the most basic parts of the football game, snapping the ball, not fumbling on the kickoff, things like that. Let's go, buddy. Don't get your head down. Kick it up.
So now Moffitt going to load up. Fire to the right side, incomplete. Good coverage over there.
I'm telling you, Omosigo hit him right in the hands.
Yeah, it did.
I see why he's going to play linebacker at OU. He had such promise when he was here 2 years ago as a sophomore. He caught like 7 passes, and so now we have a timeout on the play. Officials will stop play, I should say. I think they got a bad spot right there because it was incomplete. There it is. Move the ball up just a little bit. Second down, 10 now. As Crandall does what a lot of teams do after a miscue. They go for the jugular. Fortunately, it was dropped by Omosigo.
We've said that quite a few times already tonight, Matt, as you said.
Yeah, let's hope it continues.
2 left, 1 right go the receivers. Right side toss by Moffitt this time is complete to Omasigo, and he picks up big chunk of yardage and a first down.
You know, it's one thing to try to cover that big fella, but it's another to try to tackle him once he gets the football. He's 6'4", 230, every bit of it. A tough guy to bring down when he's in the open field. So first down, Crandall at the Jacksonville 22 now.
This time, Moffitt going to hand off straight ahead. Good job, Jacksonville filling the hole.
Boy, if you could just somehow keep Crandall out of the end zone, Ryder, even if you just get him a field goal, okay? You just don't want to go down 3 scores at the half. And there's still plenty of time for them to get even more than that if your offense can't move the ball. Second down, 7.
Moffitt fakes a handoff, keeps. Down he goes.
Great play there in the backfield. Jacksonville getting in there. That's going to be Dakota Martinez with the sack. Actually, we won't call it a sack because he did get rid of the football, but he caused that ball to come out of the hands of the quarterback Moffitt. Kind of funny. Incomplete. Third down and 7 for Crandall. Third downs have been tough for Jacksonville. Can they get off the field here?
2 receivers left, 1 right this time for Moffitt. He loads up, fires right high and incomplete.
Again, great pressure that time by Martinez of Jacksonville, the senior coming in and I think forcing Moffitt to throw that ball quicker than he wanted to, and that's why it was high. Now, watching warm-ups, Lopez, the kicker, Brandon Perez, the kicker, he was nailing some from 45 yards. This one is going to be a 36-yarder on the right hash.
Field goal attempt, like all kicks, brought to you by our friends at Neighbors Coffee. This one on the way, but is no good.
That is a huge, huge stop for Jacksonville, guys.
So with 8:08 to go, our score remains Crandall 21, Jacksonville 7. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Since 1953, Hubert Glass Oil has been serving East.
And we're back live as the Fighting Indians get set to take over after the missed field goal attempt from Crandall.
Take a shot right here.
And here comes the blitz, but McCowan gets
Ryan
ball away, but overthrows his intended receiver, Taylor.
Now that was just Ryan. His mechanics were just off. He got pressured. I got to say that. He did have a guy coming up in his face, and he was just trying to get rid of it before the defender got to him, and the ball just completely sailed over Taylor's head, incomplete. Second down, 10. Very perilously close to being behind him, and that would have been a loss on the play, but incomplete, second 10.
This time, handoff up the middle for a few hard yards.
So negative yards on first down, an incompletion right there for 0 yards. First down has not been kind to Jacksonville tonight in this first half. So third down, after getting a defensive stop and the missed field goal, man, you get a little bit of air in your sails, and you don't want to go 3 and out right here.
Third and long, though, for Jacksonville, and really need to convert here. 2 receivers each way.
Blitz.
For McCown. Bad snap. He picks it up. Got to get out of the pressure, and he'll put it up in the middle. It's intercepted. Just not a great decision.
You never throw backpedaling toward the middle of the field. Never, ever, ever. And Ryan's just trying to make a play. He saw Devin McEwen, but when you're falling back like that, and give Ryan credit for escaping that, it was a bad snap, And then they had the blitz. As the Fighting Indians continue to have these single plays, just shoot themselves in the foot with bad execution.
So Luke Moffitt brings the Pirates back out. He'll hand off this time, right side stretch play. Jacksonville does a pretty nice job.
Excellent job.
Staying home.
Excellent job by Shoemaker for Jacksonville, as well as Dominic Bowens getting the start tonight on the defensive line for Jacksonville. 2nd and 7.
This time Moffitt going to look to his left
Knee
throw.
down.
Little bubble screen. Matt called it as the knee went down. Good spot, partner.
Josh Smith with a catch, but he's actually going to lose a couple of yards because he went down with that knee. That works in the NFL, but not high school and college. So loss of 2. So here's another 3rd down for your defense. Can you get the stop? Oh, come on.
They're going to try to draw him off. And
free play.
Free play is knocked away, almost intercepted, but it
wouldn't have mattered.
It'll all come back. Yeah, that's right.
It's going to be 3rd down and 4 now, or 3rd and 3 maybe. Let's see here. Offsides Jacksonville. Watch the ball. Jason Holman is just exhorting his defense. Watch the football, and that's, again, this is football 101. Some of these things are discipline things. Like, I don't mean like discipline you did something wrong. I mean like you got to be disciplined and you got to do the little things. So now it's a more makeable 3rd and 4 for Crandall.
This time Moffitt throws right for the screen, set up, and Omasigo with a catch, and
score.
He's in.
14 yards as Jacksonville unable to get the 230-pound Omasigo on the ground on that little flare screen. I mean, why wouldn't you throw it to that guy and just let people try to tackle him? So that was a pretty wild turn of events. Jacksonville gets a stop. They missed a field goal, and then Jacksonville has just a horrific set of downs there. Turn the ball over on the interception by McCown, and Crandall gets the score anyway. Here's the extra point by Perez of Crandall.
The extra point attempt, brought to you by Neighbors Coffee, is up on the way, and it's good. So with 5:59 to go here in the first half, the score now, Crandall 28, Jacksonville 7. We'll take a short break and come back for more Fighting Indian football on JHS-sports.com.
As ETMC joins the UT Health family, we're bringing a new vision of healthcare to East Texas, where the brightest minds in academics and medicine work together to treat the most complex health challenges and improve lives, where access to world-class medicine and cutting-edge technology will bring health, hope, and a brighter tomorrow. We are UT Health East Texas, advancing healthcare together.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
And we're back at the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. 5:59 to go first half, and Crandall starting to pull away, Matt, 28-7. If you're Jacksonville, you've got to score here.
Yeah, you had such a great opportunity when you got that ball back after the missed field goal, and you didn't take advantage of it. It was just a terrible set of downs for Jacksonville, and then the interception, the score. Now you're down 3 scores. Here's McEwen.
Popped up, caught cleanly by McEwen. And
check that, Joellen Kennedy on the reception there. So now if you're Jacksonville, you don't want to play on your heels right here. You're down 3 scores. There's 5:55 remaining. You got to get some first downs. And Jacksonville has shown potential. You know, they had 2 consecutive first downs a few minutes ago. They were moving the ball down the field, and they had those things that they do that, you can't have happen.
So Jacksonville needing to respond right now on this drive as the margin's starting to widen.
They'll start here at their 18. They're places where they're starting their possessions have been pretty poor tonight for Jacksonville.
McCown will have two receivers on either side. Motion up front.
Jermaine, he jumped. He saw Crandall jump, and he jumped. The little things. You know, when you're a wide receiver and you're out there by yourself, there's no question who the penalty's on. You're just kind of out there going, yeah, it's me. 1st and 15.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to raise your hand and apologize. 2 right, 2 left go the receivers. McCown fires right, it's caught, and
McEwen.
Few moves from Devin. Nice pickup.
I love the way Devin put that shoulder down and picked up an extra 4 yards instead of just skipping out of bounds right there. He'll pick up serious yardage of about 12. So now it's 2nd down and 3 to go for Jacksonville. Just a little flare pass. Jermaine Taylor doing a nice job blocking downfield as John Johnson will check out. And Ryan Walker, the junior, will check in at H-back on 2nd down 3 now for Jacks.
This time handoff from McCown and not much doing at all.
Yeah, it looked like Ryan Walker went upfield, and he's talking to OC Jason McClendon now, and they're talking about that block that he missed, you know, that you didn't get the first guy. He went up the field to the next level for the block and whiffed on the first one. So 3rd down 4.
Handoff again this time. Stretch play right side. 1st down yardage and a whole lot more if he can stay in bounds. They'll say he stepped out, but not before picking up the Bill McCray Ford 1st down.
Boy, great blocking again by Jacksonville on that little stretch play. It's that right side, guys. It's been working. Hagan Ray and also Ryan Walker getting the job done there. Downfield blocking by Jermaine and Devin, who will check out now. Will McEwen and Jalen McGowan will check in at receiver as the Fighting Indians pick up a 1st down with 5:10 remaining. Boy, if you could just punch one in right here.
Yeah, Jacksonville, of course, deferring to the second half, so a score here and then getting the ball makes this a different ball game.
Jewelen, the workhorse in this first half for Jacksonville, getting tough yardage between the tackles when he isn't trying to stretch it to the outside. He'll check out as Jaden Boyd will check in after Jewelen picks up about 4, 2nd down 6. That will keep the clock running as Jewelen does pick up 4 yards.
So now McCown will hand off again, straight ahead for a few.
Boyd kind of rumbling, stumbling, fumbling there. Didn't really get, once he got the handoff, Jaden kind of skips a little bit through the hole. He's so big. He just needs to plant that foot and get some leverage. You know, when you kind of tippy-toe through there, you take away the advantage of your size and you give leverage to somebody smaller than you. I mean, I'm not the great running back expert of all time, but I understand leverage. And when you're 240 pounds, plant that foot, put your head down, and there's going to be a hard time tackling. So Jason Holman looks like he's going to let this play clock run down, and he's going to call timeout. That would be Jacksonville's first timeout.
And so they do take the timeout. We'll take it with them. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Stocks, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
150 years. A lot happens to a town in that amount of time. And that's reason to celebrate. Join us Saturday, October 22nd, and invite your friends, family, and neighbors to come home Come downtown and come together to celebrate Jacksonville's 150th birthday.
And we're back live, 3:50 to go here, first half. Jacksonville trailing 28-7. Needing to punch one in here before the half, Matt.
Well, they really do. I mean, it would just be such a momentum changer. But it starts right here. 3rd down, 6 to go. Call it maybe 5 to go. Boyd in the backfield with McCowan.
2 by 2 go the receivers.
Trying to draw them off.
Yeah, long count here. Like the idea. McCowan going to have time. Throws across the middle. Got McEwen.
First down.
Got a Bill McCray Ford first down.
Nice throw by Ryan McCowan. See, he can stay in the pocket. He's really getting better. This is the 3rd game, and those happy feet are starting to solidify a little bit. And when Ryan gets his feet set, there's no better passer in East Texas, and he nailed that throw right there to Devin McEwen, who caught it in traffic for the first down. Clock gets turned back on with 3:30, and Jacksonville has 2 timeouts remaining here with 3:25 and counting, with a first down at the 40 of Crandall.
Jacksonville, of course, getting the ball to begin the second half. So McCowan fakes the handoff, keeps this time, and he will then just duck out of bounds after a few.
Nice. Just get out of bounds, stop the clock. Pick up 3 yards, which is about 4 yards better than their average on first down.
That's
this
right.
First half. So 2nd down, we'll call it 7 for Jacksonville.
Yeah, first downs, as you said earlier, Matt, have not been kind to the Indians, but hoping they can turn that around here for the rest of the ball game. Trips right go the receivers, 1 on the left side. This time as McCowan drops back, going to look across the middle, find his man right near the sticks.
That's John Johnson with his first catch.
We saw Johnson come in for Walker a little earlier, and he's figured in a few times since then, the senior, but that is, as you said, his first reception.
3rd down 2 for Jacksonville at the 31 of Crandall as the clock continues to tick with 2:46. Get this first down here.
This time, McCowan hands off to Boyd, and he's able to move the pile. He'll be very close to first down yardage. We'll see where they spot him.
Jaden Boyd on the carry up the middle.
Man, he was still moving. They blew the whistle. Oh, here we go, Beast. Here comes the Beast play. 4th down and 2 to go as Jacksonville brings the big folks in for Beast. And it's going to be Boyd who's going to be the Beast. Biggest play of the game so far here, guys. Jacksonville with 4th down and about a half yard to go.
This will take us under 2 minutes here in the first half. Boyd takes the direct snap straight ahead. Bill McCray Ford first down.
Man, that's tough to stop. Makes you wonder, why don't you line up and do that all the time? I mean, it's a guaranteed 3 or 4 yards. So Jacksonville gets the 4th down conversion. That's huge as the clock will get turned back on with the chain set, 150 and counting. Plenty of time, first down.
You know, if I were Jacksonville, I think I'd run that on every first down from now to the end of the ball game.
It'd stop those negative yards, wouldn't it?
Stay into the
That's what they're doing here.
As Boyd again takes a snap, and he shows some athleticism, spinning his way for another Bill McCray Ford first down.
Man, just old school football right there. We're going to line up mono on mono, and we're going to run right at you. And Jaden Boyd bounces it to the outside, and he's got speed for a 240-pounder. And so we got a timeout on the field here. Let's see who called that. It's going to be, is it Crandall? Yes.
Yeah, Crandall takes that one.
All right, Jackson with the first down at the 15 of Crandall.
So we'll take the short break with them. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Gene Brumlow, class of 66, and his daughter Ann Farmer proudly support Jacksonville athletics. Come on over to the South Jackson Dairy Queen and get one of their world-famous blizzards. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984.
Community is not just a place. It's not just people who live nearby or the name on a city limit sign. No, community is pride. It's support. It's showing up when you're needed without being asked. Community is knowing that you're not alone. It's sharing burdens and successes. Community is beautiful, and community is strong. We've been a community bank for over 100 years, and we've never been more proud to be a part of this. Austin Bank.
And we're back. The Fighting Indians driving, 1:22 to go to halftime. This time it's Devin McEwen from the Wildcat.
They'll push it for 3, maybe a couple. Yeah, they'll give him 2. So as you move toward this 1 minute mark, Jason Holman still has 2 timeouts in his hip pocket as Jaden Boyd will check in here. McCown's out of the ball game.
Yeah,
so you need to get a little bit more intense here. You got to move now.
Yeah, we're down under a minute. The clock's still running, so Jacksonville's got to go here.
So they got that beast package in here. Let's go. Come on.
So Jaden Boyd will be getting the direct snap. No. Yes, now he's got it. Does Boyd, and he will make his way near the sticks on the left side.
Yeah, you got to burn that timeout.
There's that timeout.
He's going to get close to the sticker, and it's going to be 3rd down and about a yard. He's got to get to the – Jacksonville has to get to the 5. Boyd got to the 6. As the Fighting Indians will take timeout number 2 there with 27 seconds. It'll be 3rd down and 1. Fans, stay with us. We'll have our All Smiles halftime interview with head coach Jason Holman, get his thoughts on this first half. I'm sure he's hoping that it's going to turn out a little bit better than this last 27 seconds. If he can close this gap to 2 scores, we'll have the halftime statistics sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA, since 1984. And, of course, the Whataburger halftime report highlighted by the performance of the Cherokee Charmers, the Jacksonville Twirlers, and, of course, the award-winning Jacksonville High School Marching Band.
So Jacksonville needing to punch this one in, Matt, and boy, they've taken an interesting approach here the last few plays, mixing things in with this beast package. And
well, you got 3rd down and 1 here. You want to get the first down. You got 1 timeout, and there's 27 seconds, so you're kind of in no man's land here. And they're gonna keep that beast package in. Well, actually, they're just gonna keep the Wildcat in with McEwen. Come on, Zeke, what are you doing? Why are you not ready to go? That's one of the Jacksonville sophomore receivers there.
Yeah, late check in, ready to go. Now the snap is to McEwen. He's going to pick up a head of steam, and he's in. Yeah! Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Nice. McEwen with the 5-yard touchdown run, and Jacksonville gets that score that we wanted so badly a moment ago. They get it with 21 seconds remaining in the first half. And Jesus Nunez now will come on to try to close this to a 2-score deficit. Man, Aaron, did Jacksonville need that to finish out this first half?
So now Nunez extra point, which is brought to you by our friends at Neighbors Coffee, downtown Jacksonville. Snap is good, hold is good, the kick is good. 21 seconds to go to the half. Our score now, Crandall 28, Jacksonville 14. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
For the past 40 years, Swink Studio of Dance in Jacksonville has provided instruction in classical ballet, tap, jazz, hip-hop, and contemporary dance styles for students age 4 through high school. Select classes for adults and award-winning competition teams are also available. For more information or to enroll a student, contact the studio today and let's dance.
Bill McCray Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl downtown Jacksonville. 21 seconds to go to the half. The score now, Crandall 28, Jacksonville 14 with an exciting Indian scoring drive summary. We'll throw it back over to Todd. Todd?
14-play drive,
How
covered
about that?
82 yards, finishing with a touchdown, making the score Indians 14. What are we? Sorry, Pirates 28.
You know when you're out in the desert, like I know you guys have been so many times, and you're just
Yes.
there's no water anywhere, and all of a sudden you get that drink of water. That's what that felt like, Jacksonville scoring right there. We got that drink of water.
Now a low squib kick. And Jacksonville going to have to make the tackle here, and they do. About the 38-yard line, so 15 seconds to go to the half now.
Yeah, you're out there, and the sand's hitting you in the face, and the wind's blowing, and there's no water anywhere, and all of a sudden you come up on this big, beautiful oasis, and you get that water, and it just so satisfying. And for Jacksonville to, I mean, they're about to go down at least 3 scores, if not 4, if they don't take care of business, and now they closed it to 2. But now, if you're Jacksonville defensively, do not let anybody get behind you.
Yeah, you got to have
Watch
the
the
stop
double
here
moves
to keep the momentum.
Yeah. Watch the double moves.
So Luke Moffitt brings the Pirates back out. He drops back.
Tackle.
No, he hands off straight ahead. Sorry, had me fooled.
Abram. He gets about 3. And that's going to do it right there in this first half. A very entertaining first half, but a first half nonetheless that Jacksonville has got to feel pretty good with the mismatches they've had in the secondary and the mistakes they've made. We'll get Jason Holman here on the All Smiles halftime interview as he detects, D-E-T-E-C-H-S, detects.
There you go.
Yeah.
Is that a word? We just made it one if
yeah,
not.
we did. Coach, wow, man, that's a great way to finish that first half. I know it's not really the way you want it, but things that stand out to me in the first half, Coach, is negative yardage on first down for your offense. Really struggling, and then some of the small things that are happening. Coach, they're just hard to cover in the secondary. You've got some bad mismatches back there, but, hey, you're only down 2 scores.
Well, they're human. They put their pants on one leg at a time just like we do. You know, we did just about everything wrong the first half to lose a football game, and the fact that we're in it for 28-14 is a great thing, but we've obviously got to clean up, you know, the routine mistakes. We got to get some positive yards on first down. We've got to stand up defensively. You know, we let some things, and early on, you know, they did some things to us. The run that popped in the second score, but we got to figure that stuff out.
I think you've done it.
It's not anything miraculous.
Defensively, you've done a great job on their running game. Abram has been kind of bottled up, but boy, those double moves and those big receivers, they're hard to cover. But don't only be down 2 scores, Coach. You got to feel good about that.
Well, we got the ball to start the second half, so the message going in here to halftime is be glad you're in it, and let's go win it.
Coach, thank you.
Thank you.
Head coach Jason Holman on the All Smiles halftime interview. Coach, excuse me, Coach. Aaron, I'll call you Coach. Is that okay? I'm going to toss it back up to you guys. I'll take my break. Y'all do the stats, and then we'll come back with the Jacksonville performance here in a few minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Matt. I'll leave the coaching to the professionals, but welcome you into the press box here high above the historic Tomato Bowl with Todd Travis and our producer Ryan Travis as we welcome you to the Whataburger Halftime Report. Reminder, if you make the order, our friends at Whataburger will make it fresh. And, of course, a big part of the Whataburger Halftime Report is our halftime statistics brought to you by Randy Gorham. And, Todd, the Fighting Indians have closed this thing to a 2-score ball game and really looked like the wheels were maybe going to fall off there. But I think an encouraging end. We didn't want to say that this week. We were hoping the wheels didn't fall off, and they haven't yet. To be fair, they haven't yet.
They haven't. No.
But yeah, Todd. Let's.
We did finish the half with a really nice drive.
We absolutely
Long,
did.
Sustained. Yeah. So that was great. All right, looking at stats for Jacksonville for the first half, we had 41 plays on offense for 198 yards. With 123 yards passing and 75 yards rushing.
Well, Ryan, you got to say that's a little bit more like that balance that Coach Holman has been talking about wanting to see. and those numbers are starting to even out a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, that first half looked a lot better than the past 2 weeks that we've seen from the Indians.
Yeah, we made a comment. Ryan McCowan has really seemed to find another level in that half as well. Sort of looked like a different player, just looking a little more comfortable, don't you think, Ryan?
Yeah, I thought his composure in the pocket, especially on that first drive, looked miles different than what we'd seen from him the past 2 weeks. And, I mean, it seems to be working right now for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Todd, and let's talk about the passing game and McCowan there in the first half.
First half, 8 completions on 16 attempts for 123 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception.
Yeah, he did have the interception. Of course, you heard Matt say, Ryan, on that play, that obviously Ryan McCowan's just trying to make a play, and just not a great decision there. But again, one that you can kind of give him credit for what he's trying to do. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't like it was a bonehead play or anything. It was just, I'm going to push this a little bit to try to make the play, and the Crandall defense able to
and there were a couple times in that first half that he was in a similar situation and was able to throw that ball away and make the smart decision and just trying to force one there. Mm-hmm. But it's really not a great place to try to force a ball like that when you're inside your own 10 throwing the ball.
Yeah, and he was being driven back. I mean, he's sort of falling back.
Yeah,
and just not a lot to be made there. But overall, a better look from him than I think we've seen the last 2 weeks.
For sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So looking at a few individual statistics, receiving, Jermaine Taylor had 2 catches for 61 and the touchdown. Devin McEwen had 3 catches for 35. Ryan Walker, 1 catch for 16. Jonathan Johnson, 1 for 6. Jaqueline Kennedy, 1 for 5. And I think we threw to Cash Bearden, but that was incomplete.
Yeah, again there, Ryan, you're seeing Jacksonville spread the ball around. A problem that we had, really have had for the first 2 weeks, but really seemed to run into that problem last week after that first drive against White House where 4 or 5 different Indians touched the ball. We really were not able to keep up any kind of sustained offensive pressure that involved multiple players. Yeah. And now you're seeing that. We saw the beast package come in, as Matt referred to it, the heavy package with Jaden Boyd. We've seen Wildcats to get the ball to McEwen, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And some things like that. So you've got to feel better if you're Jacksonville about just the ability of this team so far tonight to get the ball into the hands of more players, and especially your impact players, your standout players, in big impact situations. As you said, I think, Ryan, when McEwen scored, there was no way in that situation he's not getting in.
Yeah, he looked determined to get across that goal line.
So if you can get a player like McEwen in that type of a situation and get him the ball, you know that he's got the drive, just sort of that intrinsic, that thing that not every player has, that he's going to find the end zone, and Jacksonville's got to feel much better about that.
Yeah, and I feel like Jacksonville in that first half was, on offense, really diverse. Like, it was really good to see them mix things up and kind of go away from just the spread that we're typically seeing from them. We've seen a little bit of Wildcat here and there in these first couple of games, but nothing sustained where it's multiple plays in a row. It may be like 1 or 2 here and there. And then the Beast package.
Yeah.
We've seen that, I think, once so far around the goal line area. And, I mean, they're doing that at the 40.
Yeah.
So it was good to see some diversification of our offense and kind of throw some things at Crandall that maybe they weren't expecting.
That's right. Well, we talked about that as far as it relates to the negative yardage on first down and how difficult first down has been for the Tribe. I was only halfway kidding when I said if I were in charge, I think we'd be running that on every first down because you are with a guy like Jaden Boyd, you're almost guaranteed he can fall forward 3 yards.
Yeah.
A guy at that size. And then, of course, if you let him get ahead of steam, that's 240 pounds that can move.
Yeah, the first play where he kind of ran inside and hit the hole. I mean, he didn't pick up a couple for that fourth down play where he was able to pick up the first down, but when he on the next one where he's rolling out to the right and able to find some room, I mean, you think he picked up like 13 or 14 on that play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing that we're seeing from Jacksonville, where you have these impact players, guys like McEwen, guys like Boyd. If you can get them the ball, get them just a little bit of space to get ahead of steam, some great things can happen. Now, we've seen in the past few years, we've seen a lot of great deep balls and a big passing attack. But, there's a lot to be said this year for this offense that kind of works in levels, right? That using the check downs or using the Wildcat. It doesn't really matter how these guys get the ball. It's just that they get the ball and in some space.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the offense that we're running right now has been a pretty substantial change from what we've seen the past couple of years. We're getting the hands in the ball of more guys for one thing.
Yep.
But it seems like it's getting better every week.
Yeah.
I know that's probably a big change when you're used to running that the past couple of years, and then come in, new coach, new system. And,
sure.
It may take a little bit of getting used to, but so far it's looking like they're getting used to it and finding a rhythm.
Well, all you can ask for in the first few games, I think, with a new coach and a new system, is just consistent improvement, especially when you're in non-district, so the games don't, using air quotes here, the games don't count, but of course they do. But if you can see some progress and some growth from week to week before the district games start, that's I think really all you can ask for. Yeah. And you've got to looking at the first half of this ball game compared to the last two. Lots of positives to take for the Jacksonville offense.
There are, and I think that was the biggest thing we were looking for is positives.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're right. Whether we win the game, whether we're ahead on the scoreboard, we need some positive things to happen so we can build for next week for district. And so,
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, Jacksonville deferring to the second half, so puts them in a good spot here. You're down 2 scores, but you're getting the ball right back. Try to keep this potent Crandall offense on the sideline for a while. Todd, let's take a look at the Crandall stats. I know they came into this game with an offense that seemingly scored at will, and they've put up some big numbers already, but Jacksonville hanging in there.
They have. Offensively, Crandall had 23 plays for 229 yards, so they averaged 10 yards per play, with 158 yards passing and 71 yards rushing. Their quarterback had 8 completions on 12 attempts and 3 touchdowns. And I don't really have
many individual stats, but no. They have moved the ball well. Obviously, put up some points here. Jacksonville's had a few stops. Unfortunately, when they stole that extra possession with the fake punt, which was just fantastic, but not able to punch that in. But
didn't keep that drive going.
Yeah, but if Jacksonville again getting the ball down 2, if they can make this a 1-score game, but the next time Crandall gets the ball, it's cliche, but we've got a whole new ball game.
Oh yeah,
yeah. And part of the problem in that first half for Jacksonville defensively was losing possession deep in our own territory. We had the interception, or I think they started about the 20 or maybe a little inside of that. We had the bad snap on the punt where they had good field position. We lucked out that I'm pretty sure they kicked a field goal and missed it.
That's right. That's
on
where
that drive. But still, short field for them on both of those possessions. And if we can eliminate some of that offensively, turning over the ball, and defensively keeping them on their half of the field, that'll help a lot too in the second half.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Well, second half should be exciting. A 2-score ball game. Jacksonville will be getting the ball. The Fighting Indian Band starting up. So want to take this opportunity to thank Randy Gorham, our hometown CPA, for sponsoring the halftime statistics. Randy has been your hometown CPA since 1984. He also serves honorably as the mayor of Jacksonville. I'd like to thank Randy for all his support of Fighting Indian football. So now, for this portion of the Whataburger Halftime Report, we'll bring Matt Montgomery back in to bringing the sights and sounds of the Fighting Indians and the award-winning Cherokee Charmers. Matt?
Thank you, Aaron Swink. Yes, Jacksonville's Cherokee Charmers under the direction of Laura Guidry, assisted by Tiffany Alexander. On the field now, let's listen in.
Junior Lieutenant Kimberlyn Garcia. Senior Lieutenant Grace Crawford. And in the center, your captain, Brooklyn Hunter. Charmer sergeants are Head Sergeant Mia Sanchez, Sergeant Krishley Bonzukin, Sergeant Mariah Gillen, Sergeant Andrea Hernandez, and Sergeant Mariah Porter. This week's Charmer of the Week is Evelyn Alperon. Watch now as the Charmers perform an exciting, fast-paced, get on your feet routine to Turn It Up.
The award-winning Cherokee Charmers performing here at Historic Tomato Bowl. Nice job once again by Laura Guidry's Charmers squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award-winning Cherokee Charmers.
The Jacksonville Twirlers now getting set for their halftime routine under the direction of Brianne G. Let's listen into their routine.
And now, introducing the Jacksonville Indian Majorettes, directed by Brianne G. Twirler officers for 2022-23 are Junior Lieutenant Natalie Joseph, Senior Lieutenant Janiyah Swindell, First Lieutenant Ellie Berry, and Captain Lauren Gluck. Twirler of the Week is Adriana Munoz. Watch now as the Twirlers perform an impressive 3-baton routine to Good For You.
Jacksonville High School Twirlers performing here at halftime at historic Tomato Bowl, where the Crandall Pirates lead Jacksonville by a score of 28-14. In a wild first half of scoring where Jacksonville scored with 21 seconds remaining in the first half to close the gap to 2 scores. The Crandall Pirate Band has performed, their drill team has performed, and now the Jacksonville High School Band under the direction of Donnie Barrier now set for their routine. Let's listen in. Another outstanding performance by the Jacksonville High School Band. Of course, everybody across the fine arts spectrum tonight for both Crandall and Jacksonville. Fantastic job. Let's run through a few halftime scores, and some of these I just cannot believe, guys. We'll start off with Longview and Tyler Legacy. Longview is up 56-0 in the third quarter. That is unbelievable.
Wow, especially considering what Legacy and Tyler High, the classic they played last week.
Yeah, and Tyler High is not having much success either. They're down to Mesquite Horn 23-6 at the half. Kilgore leading Pine Tree, a team Jacksonville will see next week in Longview. Kilgore over Pine Tree 14-0 at the half, so a pretty competitive game there. Kilgore heavily favored in that game, coming in although Kilgore 0-2, played some quality teams. Pine Tree also 0-2. Somebody's going to get their first win tonight. Hallsville 24, Sulphur Springs 7. Sulphur was 2-0, and Hallsville was 2-0. Guys, can you believe it that Hallsville, they may go to 3-0 after tonight. They're leading 24-7 at the half. Marshall leading one of Jacksonville's district foes, Henderson, 30-0 at the half. Liberty Islo 14-6 over Mount Pleasant. No score on Corsicana at White House. Crandall, of course, here, Jacksonville, Crandall 21, Jacksonville 14. The game you're listening and watching here. Lindale 27, Van 7 at the half. I'm a little shocked by that. Van has had some pretty quality wins the last couple of weeks, and Lindale struggling, but Lindale all over Van at the half. How about this score? Athens 28, Rusk 14. I didn't call that one or see that one coming. Rusk has been cruising their first 2 ball games. Athens, of course, Jacksonville will see them in 2 weeks as the Hornets will come in to open up District 9 4A Division I play here at Tomato Bowl, but that's Athens over Rusk at the half. Not a bad score, just like here, 28-14. Chapel Hill 0-2 to start. They played some great teams to start the year, but they're up on Greenville 42-6 at the half. Palestine 21, Livingston 6. Of course, Palestine another district opponent for Jacksonville. Gilmer, of course, doing what they always do. They're up over Paris 27-0 at the half. And as I scroll down here looking at some other scores, Carthage 21, San Antonio Cornerstone 0 at the half. Any other scores of note here? Aaron, I was looking for your Brook Hill squad. No score on there. They're playing at Grace tonight.
Yeah, that's the big local rivalry. Brook Hill was planning to take over the hill there at the Grace Stadium. So if you get a score, let me know.
I'll let you know. No score there as the Texas football app has imploded. So I'm using etvarsity.com to get these scores as that, man, they changed that app this year and it was so good. And I know it's technology and they had to do stuff manually by hand. The Texas Football Friday app I'm talking about, so reliable last year. They're struggling with it. They'll hopefully get it fixed. Matt Stepp and the crew there at Texas Football. So nevertheless, those are some of the scores around the area. And guys, I heard some of the stats of the half, and it could be a lot worse than 28-14. But, you know, for some of the mistakes that Jacksonville's made in the first half, I'm pretty happy with this 28-14 score, I got to tell you. It could have been much worse.
Yeah, Matt, and of course we talked about Jacksonville deferring and getting the ball. That looks a lot better.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, and that's why you defer. Get that football and maybe go down and punch one in. Now you close that gap. But you could tell by the All Smiles halftime interview with head coach Jason Holman, he wasn't happy. I mean, he was, as thrilled as we seem to be for Jacksonville getting that late score to close the gap. He was pretty upset, I could tell, with some of the mistakes that Jacksonville was making. And, well, I'm sure the Indians got an earful from him. So let's see if that takes. Fighting Indians now getting ready to come out. Crandall has in the end zone still warming up, but the Tribe now coming out of the run-through in the north end zone. Pretty good greeting by the crowd. Here comes Crandall.
So Jacksonville down 2 scores, but we were just discussing Jacksonville deferred in the first half, so they'll be getting the ball. So it'd be nice to see that offense roll that momentum from the first half right into this first drive.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like they're down 2 scores. I mean, we've been down 2 scores before and went yuck, but this one feels much better because, I don't know, maybe it was that package that kind of got you fired up there a little bit about that little diversification I heard you guys talking about. That was something that I think Ryan may have said it, that Crandall just wasn't expecting. And Jacksonville just put that package in and they went right down the field and scored. And Crandall really didn't have an answer for it. So I'll be anxious to see if, how Jason Holman utilizes that in this second half because it was quite effective. So Jacksonville will drop Jermaine Taylor and Devin McEwen back. You got Boyd standing about the 20 in the middle, as Perez, the kicker for the Crandall Pirates, came into the ballgame 7-7 on extra points, and he's 11 out of 11 now. So he's had a pretty good first 3 games as the kicker, and man, he can really boom it too.
He did have the missed field goal, which
yeah, he did have the missed field goal. So yeah. So we're set to go. Jacksonville, Crandall, second half. Crandall up 28-14. Jacksonville gets the ball, and with your play-by-play, here's Aaron Swing.
Kick is high to the near side, a short one, fair caught.
Ryan Walker.
By Walker, just inside the Jacksonville 30.
So Jacksonville will send out their regular offense with Ryan McCowan, it looks like. He'll have Joellen in the backfield with him. Got Coda Kennedy split out to the left, and Devin McEwen and Jermaine Taylor. Those are 3 Division I football players right there. Of course, Coda's a senior along with Devin. Coda going to Lamar University, and Devin committed to UTSA, but Jermaine the junior has several offers as well. So they get a different spot right there at the 30. First down, Jacks.
So now McCowan, handoff, stretch play goes nowhere.
Nowhere and loss. Another negative first down play. Oh, they're just consistent. So second down and 13 to go for Jacks. Is it okay to say Jacks? Is that okay? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think we get it.
As I get older, I'm cutting some words down, saving some air.
Well, there was one of the local TV stations used to do the Jack to Knack weather report. So it makes a lot of sense to me. The ball high on the left side and incomplete.
Oh man, that should have been intercepted. I don't know what Ryan was. If you're going to throw the ball away, throw the ball away. He threw that one a little bit too high, and the free safety came over there right there, Mumphrey, and he almost came away with a pick. So third down and 13. Somebody didn't run the right route, and Ryan just had to throw it away. I can hear you guys. Watch out. Live mic.
Nothing like live theater.
Yeah.
2 receivers right, 1 left. McCowan got time.
Yeah, baby.
Got his man over the middle. McEwen, first down yardage and more. That's the Bill McCray Ford first down into Pirate territory.
That's that seam route that Devin has caught 3 of those tonight, where he just goes straight down, like, just think of the hash marks. He goes straight down the hash and just turns around and goes, and he gets between the linebacker area and the safety area and just squats. And boy, Ryan he can throw that pass. And of course, like I said earlier, they've been doing that same throw since the 7th grade. It works. First down for Jacksonville. They're first of this second half.
Two receivers right, 1 left in the formation this time. Handoff is to Joylan. Kennedy's got all kinds of room to run. Into the secondary, and finally knocked out of bounds inside the red zone, but not before picking up the huge Bill McCray Ford first down.
Yeah, it's the third. I've been waiting. It's been 2.5 games, and Joellen Kennedy has that. He has that open field speed that Jacksonville hasn't had in the running back position for a few years, and he's just been unable to get, in space. And that's the first time in the first 2.5 games that we've seen him be able to do that, and you could see how quick he gets up the field. First down, Jacksonville at the Crandall 19.
So we'll go down inside 10 minutes here in the third quarter. Jacksonville driving on their first possession of this second half. 2 receivers right, 1 left for the Indians. Stretch play right side, nowhere to go.
Oh, that was smoked out there by Omosego. The Oklahoma commit, he just came in almost untouched. I got to think that was Ryan Walker, who was at the H-back position, and Coach Holman said, "You're on the line of scrimmage, get up." And as soon as Ryan got up there, the ball was snapped, and he just didn't have any leverage at all, and Omosego just blew by him. Another negative first down. Hey, man, it's just a given. Why don't we just skip first down and just move the ball back 5 yards?
Or put the beast package in there.
2nd and 16.
This time McCown drops back, looks left, throws.
John, you went the
and they
wrong
just
way.
got their wires crossed there to Johnson and McCown.
That's on John Johnson, not Ryan McCown. You say, why is Ryan throwing way over there? Well, that's where the route was supposed to go. So, ouch. So 3rd down and 16. Oh my goodness, get down to the, you got inside the 20 in the red zone, and now you're at the 25, 3rd and long. Don't waste this.
So see if Jacksonville can keep the drive going here on an obvious passing down. McCown sets, fires, got him in!
McEwen!
Touchdown, Devin McEwen!
25 yards to McEwen with the over-the-shoulder catch. It could not have been a better throw by Ryan McCowan. I mean, the touch was outstanding. Good job, buddy. Nice. Wow. You just can't draw it up any better than that.
And just like that, Jacksonville an extra point away from making this a one-score ball game. Nunez's kick is on the way. The extra point brought to you by Neighbors Coffee is good. With 9:01 to go in the third quarter, the score now, Crandall 28, Jacksonville 21. We'll take a short break and come back for more Fighting Indian football on JHS-sports.com.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Stocks, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car, or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
Congratulations is Jacksonville's source for a full line of awards and engraving services. But we don't stop there. You'll want to check out our examples of creative personalized gifts too. Congratulations also serves East Texas as a promotional products dealer. We are passionate about sourcing just the right items. With our laser capabilities, we can also design and install acrylic signage or graphics. Want to see samples of our work? Go no further than the Tomato Bowl entry. We're especially proud of the arrowheads. Visit Congratulations Showroom or website soon, and let's make something amazing together.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. Fighting Indians within a score now, 28-21 our score with the Fighting Indian scoring drive summary. Here's Todd Travis once again. Todd?
It was a 7-play drive, covered 70 yards, finishing with a touchdown, making the score Indians 21, Pirates 28.
Man, there's no better way to start a second half if you're Jacksonville. I mean, you finished the first half by scoring with 21 seconds remaining to cut the deficit to 2 scores, and that's why you defer. You come out, you set the tone, you get the score. Now the momentum has swung your way. For Jacksonville, just keep it. Just keep playing and tackle and don't get beat deep, because that's been a real tough play for Jacksonville to make tonight. I mean, you look at these receivers for Crandall. I mean, they got 3 guys that are 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", just athletes.
So the Pirates take over again, this time at their own 22, as Luke Moffitt brings them out with Abram. Whistles blow this one dead.
Let's see the call here. All right, what you got, Mr. Official? He just stopped play. There's no penalty. That was going to be a handoff to Abram. Okay, here we go.
So now Abram gets the handoff again, and he's up the middle to the 26 of Jacksonville, gain of about 4.
Nice tackle by Trent Powell. And Powell and Franklin, but Powell wrapped him up around the lower part of his body, which is the way you have to tackle a guy like Abram.
So now Moffitt going to look to throw left side.
Good coverage by John Johnson. It's complete, though.
Josh Smith made the catch. Johnson stuck on him, though. He's not able to make much after the catch.
He got a first down, though. He went right to that pylon, and he got the first down. Josh Smith coming into the ball game had 8 catches. I think that's 4 or 5 already tonight.
So now Moffitt going to hand off straight ahead to Abram, and he'll drag the pile out to the 39-yard line of Jacksonville.
And that's the MO right there of Crandall. This is what they want to do. They want to run Abram and control the game. He picks up 7, 2nd and 3.
This time Moffitt going to fake a handoff, pull it, fires to the left. Incomplete. As
wow. Thought he caught
bounced and was trapped by Smith. The Jacksonville coach is right on top of that one to help with that call.
And so was the side judge, because he immediately came in and signaled incomplete. So he saw some grass between that jersey number and the hands there. So incomplete, 3rd down. A very successful 3rd down conversion rate tonight for Crandall. Let's see if Jacksonville's defense can change that right here.
See if they try to draw Jacksonville off or just hand straight ahead, which they do to Abram. And he will, it looks like, we'll see exactly where they spot him. He may be a bit short.
He may be just a tad short, but he stumbled a little bit. If he'd have kept his feet, actually not a great spot, man.
It really wasn't.
4th and 1, and they're going for it.
So they'll keep the offense on the field as handoff, and Jacksonville stands him up.
He didn't get it.
And will take over on downs.
How about that?
That is huge.
Huge play. Michael Miles, the sophomore linebacker, Caden Franklin, Shoemaker, Kennedy, all in there. Look at Franklin coming off the field. He's got that helmet off. He's got the hair flying. He is fired up. Is Caden Franklin, the 3-year starter, who I understand, according to Lee Traylor's, quite the math prodigy, by the way, as well. You don't see too many 2 techniques on defense. Got hit in the mouth. He's laughing. He's got a little blood coming out. It makes him even more hungry, like he ate a big piece of raw meat. What a stop by Jacksonville. They get the 4th down stop, and they take over for the short field at the 40-yard line, just outside the 40 of Crandall.
So now Jacksonville with an opportunity to drive for the tying score. Here's 7:30 to go, 3rd quarter. As the handoff, stretch play, right side, Kennedy, he makes the man miss, still on his feet, down near the 30, won't quite make it there, but big gain nonetheless.
Well, I tell you, what a move by Jawalen Kennedy as Braden Bryant came up from his linebacker position, and he had a direct shot at Jawalen, and Jawalen planted his right foot, and he just sent number 19, Braden Bryant, sprawling to the turf. Went right by him and picks up the Bill McRae Ford 1st down on forward progress.
Yes, ball sitting at the 31-yard line of the Pirates. We go under 7 minutes here in this 3rd quarter. Jacksonville trying to just keep the pedal to the metal here. And this time it's McEwen.
Little flip play. I like the way that Ryan McCown did that little fake as McEwen came in like a counter play. The right guard pulls around the center, and McEwen goes right behind him, and McCown kind of completed that by looking like he was handing off Jawalen Kennedy, and that helped freeze the linebackers. Pickup of about 3 for Jacksonville. So we're seeing a few more wrinkles that offensive coordinator Jason McClendon of Jacksonville has kind of added to this Jacksonville offense since week 1, huh?
Seems like every week they just maybe add a little bit more. They worked on just a little bit more in practice. This time, though, the handoff to Kennedy goes nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think that play ever developed. As Jawalen Kennedy, he really was not ready. I mean, he was looking at the sidelines getting the play when the ball was snapped, and then all of a sudden he had the football. So there's that, that was actually 2nd down. So he lost a couple. So 3rd down and 11 as Jacksonville scored on their opening drive. They get the 4th down stop, get the short field, but they're stalling here on 3rd and 11. Got to get down to the 21 of Crandall for a first down.
2 receivers right, 1 left. McCown drops back, now going to run. He's got all kinds of room into the second level. Still going, slides down. Smart play, big. Bill McCray Ford first down.
What a slick move by the senior, Ryan McCowan, coming out of that pocket and saying, you know what, there's too much green turf in front of me. Boy, he made a great move, guys. At about the 27-yard line, he looked like he was going to get stopped, and he made a little hip move there, shook the guy off and spun, and he gets the Jacksonville Bill McCray Ford first down just inside the 15 of Crandall. Heck of a run by the senior, Ryan McCown.
So we'll go down under the 4:45 mark here in the third. Jacksonville threatening again in the red zone. This time, end around. McEwen's got it, and he's got a nice chunk of yardage.
Oh, man, he was turning that corner like he was going in, but he's going to get down to the 7. So it'll be second down. Let's see where they put that first down marker up here. We'll see it. You see that? There it goes. Now it's coming up. So they got to get to the 4. They're at the 7. 2nd and 3 for Jacksonville.
Here comes a blitz. See if they audible out of the original set. This time, handoff, straight ahead. Nothing doing.
Nothing. So here it comes, guys. The B-E-A-S-T.
The Beast.
Adrian Boyd checks in the ball game. It's going to be Jaden Boyd in that backfield now. Here comes DeVarian out of the game. Oh, man. I hope that's not a legal substitution. No, I guess it didn't. Play clock at 15, plenty of time. So third down, 4 to go.
Looks to be Jaden Boyd all the way here as the big guy takes the direct snap, moves.
Not even,
the pile had a few, but
not even a yard barely. So field goal here, it looks like, as they'll bring in Jesus Nunez to try to close this to a 4-point deficit. Well, no, they're not. I don't see Nunez. I thought I did. Here we go.
Looks like the offense will stay out.
Yeah, they'll stay on the field.
Back in to lead this.
Okay. Well, it's definitely in Nunez's range, but they're going for it here. 4th down, 3 to go for Jacks.
Trips right, 1 left, go the Indian receivers. McCowan rolls right, looks into the end zone.
Caught!
Touchdown!
McEwen! Oh, no, there's a flag.
Oh, and it could.
Are you kidding
Could
me?
be coming back. Holding in the area of holding.
That's going to be holding.
Is what it looks like.
Oh, great. What a throw again by McCown, waiting, but patiently waiting. And McEwen gets in the back of the end zone, but it's going to go for naught. Holding on Jacksonville. A killer penalty on Blake Causey.
Holding on Jacksonville.
Oh.
You just want to buy McCowan that extra little bit of time
now
to make the throw, and unfortunately you grab a handful.
So now you'll see Nunez come out to try to get the points, because this huge penalty from the spot pushes it all the way out to the 17. So this is going to be a 34-yarder, pretty much in the middle of the field for Nunez. Ryan McCown will hold.
This field goal attempt brought to you by our friends at Neighbors Coffee, downtown Jacksonville. The hold is good. The kick is on the way. Plenty of leg. So with 3 minutes to go here in the third, the score now, Crandall 28, Jacksonville 24. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Gene Bromlow, class of 66, and his daughter Ann Farmer proudly support Jacksonville Athletics. Come on over to the South Jackson Dairy Queen and get one of their world-famous blizzards. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA.
Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984. Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
Welcome back to the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. Jesus Nunez splitting the uprights to bring the Indians to within 4 points. The score now, Crandall 28, Jacksonville 24. Some kick there, Matt.
Well, it sure was. And you know, when your kicker's name is Jesus, what can you say? I mean, Jesus.
High pop-up kick to the left side, fielded cleanly, and lots of room to run. Jacksonville's got to make a tackle. They finally are able to force Jones out of bounds, Kendrick Jones, but not before he's deep into Indian territory.
Yeah,
ouch.
Again, this bad angles by Jacksonville. You know, when you're coming down the field, and you got to stay in your lane, and you can't get pushed out of your lane. You got to be physical. You got to be stronger than that. And a couple of Jacksonville downfield guys got pushed out of the way, and boy, here you go. Field 46-yard line for Crandall. You don't need to give them a short field.
Pitch play to Abram. Can Jacksonville shut him down? No, he's going to turn the corner. Big gain.
Good tackle, though, in the open field.
Was that?
Johnson cutting him down. I checked that Cash Bearden with the cut down tackle, but not before Abram picks up 7, 2nd and 3.
Moffitt looking to throw out to the right. Got his man. Got the first down.
It's the big fella. Wait a minute, they're all big fellas.
Yeah.
You know, you say the big fella, that's all of them.
They're all over the place.
The other big fella.
This time, Moffitt going to go deep, one-on-one.
Is that
it's intercepted.
Off?
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. Cash Bearden goes up and takes it away from Omosigho.
That is huge.
What a play by Cash Bearden, the senior, stepping in and picking it off in the end zone. So Jacksonville gets the benefit of the touchback, and it was just man on man. And, you know, when you're going against a 6'5" guy like Omosigho, Cash Bearden, about 5'11", he timed that jump absolutely perfectly and went up and high-pointed the ball for the interception. And I was saying, was that an interception? Because I saw him catch it. I just didn't know if he came down with it, and clearly he did. So Jacksonville gets, I think that's only their 2nd turnover in 3 ball games. Is that right? Yeah. And it's a big one. 28-24. Crandall with a lead, but Jacksonville on a roll here. 10 unanswered points here in this 3rd quarter for Jacks.
So now, deep ball to Jermaine. He's not able to pull it in.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear, but Jason McClendon, the offensive coordinator, he told Ryan, he's throw the ball, just throw it. Ryan was rolling out, and what he did, it allowed the corner to recover because Jermaine had him beat down the middle in the post. Ryan just hesitated just a little bit, and when he threw it, Jermaine had to come back for it, incomplete. Or that is an 80-yard score. Possibly. So Jacksonville's slow getting the play in. There's still 10 on the play clock. As the players continue to look to the sidelines to get the play. Got to go.
McCown gets the snap. Gonna look over the middle.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
big completion.
Wow, wow, wow. Oh, no, wait a minute. What's the flag? They're going to get, I think they're going to get Jermaine Taylor for a blindside hit on Omosigho.
Yeah,
I mean, Jermaine absolutely leveled Omosigho on the block.
Yeah, he blew him up, and I think.
But I don't know if that's illegal or not. I mean, Omosigho was a tackler. He was coming to hit. Oh, come on. Please don't call this. I mean, yeah, it was an ugly blindside hit, but Omosigho was about to tackle Jawalen. And the angle of the play is that
he
just came out of nowhere, did Jermaine, and just leveled him.
Officials
are still talking about
you've got to think that the longer this officials conference goes on, the better for Jacksonville.
Well, it was right in front of the Jacksonville bench, and Jason Holman did 3 backflips out on the field when he saw that flag, and that was right in front of him. So he's still talking to the side judge, and you're going to see a pretty upset Jacksonville chief leader if they throw this flag on Jermaine on what I thought was just an absolute crushing block.
Yeah, I really do feel like the longer this conference goes on, maybe you have the other officials talking.
Pick up the flag, come on.
Talking about picking this one up because
now what
trying to figure out who had the best angle.
Oh, now he's bringing the other guy in from the other side, which I don't understand. He was anywhere near it.
Yeah.
What'd you see? I don't know. What'd you see? Hey, why don't we stand here and talk a long time until – just make everybody think that we're going to pick up this flag because we are not going on that Jacksonville side over there with that coach. He's going to jump down our throat. Okay, what do you think? All right, y'all ready to pick up this flag?
So, Matt Montgomery's telepathy classes will begin next week.
Hey,
if you like,
I was an official. I know how this
sign
works.
Up.
Hey, they're not picking it up. You got to be kidding me. That is absolutely unbelievable. Oh, my gosh.
So, 15-yard penalty against Jacksonville out of all that. So now,
2nd and 13.
Second and long.
It was from the spot. Would have been a first down.
So McCowan dropping back and running himself, and he's got lots of nice room to run. Gets a nice chunk of it back.
Good decision by Ryan right there. When you don't see something downfield, don't force it. You had a lot of space in front of you and turns the wheels on. He picks up 8. Now more makeable, we'll call it maybe 7. Now 3rd down and 7.
Third quarter score from Grace. Brookhill on top 20-14. Thank you to Rudy Jaramillo for that update. 2 receivers left, 1 right. Handoff is to McEwen. He's not able to stretch around the corner.
I mean, Omosego shot that gap right there for Crandall. There was nowhere to go for Devin McEwen on that inside pitch. I mean, he was untouched, was Omosego. And he just said, here I am, baby, come on. And he just swallowed him up like a little baby in a blanket. Didn't kiss him goodnight, though. So here's Skylar Whitaker standing on his own 8-yard line, the Jacksonville punter who had a 50-yarder in the first half. He needs one right here to try to turn this field around as we go under a minute in this third quarter. Still a 4-point lead for Crandall, 28-24.
See if Whitaker can get a hold of this one.
Not
it's
bad.
High end over end. It's caught at midfield. Jacksonville with good pursuit, but of course not before Gage Wickersham makes his way into Fighting Indian territory.
So Whitaker does his job, gets a lot of height on that punt, maybe not the distance, but a decent return for Crandall. As the Fighting Indians have been pretty resilient since about the middle of that second quarter when they were down 28-7, and you thought, man, the wheels are about to come off. And they did not. They responded. Can they respond here?
So now Moffitt going to fake a handoff, look right, throw right, got a man right near the sticks.
You know, I don't blame Jacksonville for playing so soft right there. I mean, you don't want to let those guys get by you, keep them in front of you, but it is a first down for Crandall.
Yeah, Michael Collins with the catch.
Look out.
Handoff straight up the middle for another big Pirate gain.
It's Abram. Now check that. Is that?
That's Anderson.
Yeah, that's Anderson.
And that'll take us to the end of the third quarter. So after 3 at the historic Tomato Bowl, our score, Crandall 28, Jacksonville 24. As they switch ends, we'll take a short break. This is Fighting Indian Football on jhs-sports.com.
Community is not just a place. It's not just people who live nearby or the name on a city limit sign. No, community is pride. It's support. It's showing up when you're needed without being asked. Community is knowing that you're not alone. It's sharing burdens and successes. Community is beautiful, and community is strong. We've been a community bank for over 100 years, and we've never been more proud to be a part of this community. Austin Bank.
Back live as we get set to begin the fourth quarter of play. Jacksonville trailing Crandall by a score of 28-24, but Crandall driving in Jacksonville territory once again. This time the handoff is to Abram. Bounces off a tackler, and nobody else will catch him. Touchdown, Crandall.
Anderson from 39
Check
yards
that, Anderson.
out.
Yeah.
The junior who had 5 touchdowns coming into this ball game gets number 6. As the Crandall Pirates push this lead to 10. They got the swinging gate working over there. Do they go for 2 right here? Are they going to do something? No, they're going to go and kick it.
Yeah, they've come out of the swinging gate on all their extra points.
Yeah, but I'm thinking with a 10-point deficit right there, you don't really have anything to lose there. But, well, I don't know. Yeah, you do, because you're up 10. Now you're going to go up 11. I see that. Okay. Just do the math. My bad. Here's Lopez. Perez. I keep calling him Lopez. It's Perez.
Extra point brought to you by Neighbors Coffee is up and good. Reminder, if you need a little kick, visit our friends Neighbors Coffee on Main Street in Jacksonville. With 11:53 to go in regulation, the score now Crandall 35, Jacksonville 24. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on jhs-sports.com.
Special thanks to the Jacksonville Education Foundation for everything that they do for Jacksonville teachers and students. For more information, please visit jisdfoundation.org.
Dr. Darwin Darr and his staff at Darr Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Darr Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
150 years. A lot happens to a town in that amount of time. And that's reason to celebrate. Join us Saturday, October 22nd, and invite your friends, family, and neighbors to come home, come down, come together.
And we're back. 11:53 to go in regulation. Jacksonville now trailing by 11. Needing a score to regain some momentum. Short kickoff to the far side, fielded cleanly. And
that's Whitaker.
Nice return that is Whitaker as he makes his way
nice run
out over the 35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see if the Jacksonville band, yeah, that's a good job. They were cranking that baby up with Jacksonville's offense on this side. I was hoping they were going to tone that down just a little bit. I mean, Donnie Barrier, he knows a little football. He knows what you're supposed to do. So Jacksonville with pretty good field position on their 35, down 11, 11:45 remaining in the ballgame, plenty of time.
So that penalty on the last Jacksonville possession took a lot of the wind out of the sails. We'll see if Jacksonville can get that back on this drive. Ryan McCowan hands off to Devin McEwen. Yeah, a little misdirection. And Ryan, how about Ryan McCowan leading the way?
Yeah, taking the guy out right there. McEwen That's a nice little executed play. Once again, guys, another little wrinkle on the reverse to Devin.
Picks up
you got to get the ball in your playmakers' hands, and that's one thing that Jacksonville has done a great job of tonight.
That's right.
And we've talked about that. They didn't do it very well in the first game.
Yeah, whatever it takes, and he picks up the Bill McCray Ford first down, does McEwen.
And last week was just a disaster, but tonight, very, very effective at that.
So now this time, handoff is stretching to the left. That was a hit.
Oh, a little bit late there, but
yeah, I was going to say over
in the white there, so they didn't call it. All right, nice 6-yard gain, guys. This running game for Jacksonville has gotten better every week. I mean, I know last week against White House doesn't really count that much because the game was out of hand, but Jacksonville has done a nice job getting the edge on the running game.
Yeah, this time the handoff is straight ahead. And they'll just, ground and pound this one. You said it, Matt, down to the 35.
It's Boyd.
That'll move the chains for another Bill McCray Ford first down.
Boy, just a physical blocking up there. Alexis Martinez Orozco, the center, all 300 pounds of him. And Jaden Boyd went right behind him into that A-gap for the Bill McCray Ford first down to the 35 of Crandall. As we go just under 11 minutes remaining in the ball game, this 11-point deficit, which will be interesting, Aaron, if you score here. I know I'm really looking ahead. In fact, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to talk about it. I'll just jinx it.
So now McCowan.
What a catch by Walker!
Wow. It's Audie spins away from one, and now another. Ryan Walker.
Wow.
Extending the play.
The official went down, and Ryan went down almost at the same spot. Wow, the line judge just, I don't know, he tripped over something. And he went down, but Ryan Walker, he took that ball, Aaron, right off the turf. I mean, it was, Ryan McCown was getting pressure. It was a blitz.
Another look at it, and then he spins out of this first contact and then just extends the play. Man, fights down near the 20 for the Bill McCray Ford first down.
15-yard gain to the 20 of Crandall for Jacksonville, first down.
So now McCowan takes a snap, rolls right, sets his feet, throws into the end zone.
Oh, what happened?
And incomplete.
He stripped it. Yeah. It looked like a catch, and then the defender came in and just took it away, knocked it down. What a throw by McCowan, right on the money. But give Crandall credit, as the young man that knocked it away lost his helmet, so he had to leave the field before I could identify him. But he made a heck of a strip on that play because it was a score in the end zone. Incomplete, 2nd and 10, stops the clock as we now start to look at the clock, as it will become a factor pretty quick here. But if Jacksonville can get a quick score here, it's a whole new ball game.
So 2nd down here, 2 Indian receivers on the right side of this.
They're coming.
Spread formation as McCowan gets away from one. Now got to get rid of the ball. Was his arm coming forward? They're going to say this is a fumble recovered by Crandall.
It is. It's a fumble.
And the Pirates will turn it into 6 the other way.
75-yard fumble recovery. Ryan McCown just trying to make a play, and they had the blitz off the edge, and McCown scrambled out of it, and he was just trying to get that arm up to throw it away. And he coughed it up on the tackle. They knocked it away.
Yeah, I was just hoping maybe that his arm was coming forward on a pass, but he hadn't gotten the ball all the way up when it was stripped out.
Golly, Jacksonville has just been so close in some of these games, even going back to last year. Just one play here and one play there. They just can't seem to get that break they need. A game changer right there.
So now Perez on to add the extra point, which is brought to you by Neighbors Coffee. And the kick is good. So 10:05 to go in regulation. Score now Crandall 42, Jacksonville 24, just like that. The tide has turned. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
As ETMC joins the UT Health family, we're bringing a new vision of healthcare to East Texas, where the brightest minds in academics and medicine work together to treat the most complex health challenges and improve lives, where access to world-class medicine and cutting-edge technology will bring health, hope, and a brighter tomorrow. We are UT Health East Texas, advancing healthcare together.
When life throws you a curveball, give it to the guy who can knock it out of the park.
High drive to right, sending Ludwig back. It's gone! Micah Hoffpower.
Call Micah Hoffpower at Texas Farm Bureau for all of your life, auto, and home insurance needs.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. 10:05 to go in regulation. Crandall has turned this thing around, Matt Montgomery. They now lead 42-24.
Just like
Just
that.
a bad penalty and then that fumble, and we're looking at a whole new ball game.
You know, most football games have, 100, 110 plays or something like that. And it just seems like there's always 4 or 5 plays that turn the game for Jacksonville. And that was one of them right there, besides the penalty a moment ago you talked about. Here's the kickoff.
So now it's a high pop-up kick on the far side. The fair catch is called for and made at about the 25, where Jacksonville will take over. And you're right, Matt. Out of 100 plays, maybe 4 or 5 make the difference.
Yeah, they do. And, Jason Holman talked about this in Smoke Signals this last week, was, we just can't keep making those mistakes. And the teams that Jacksonville has been playing, Sulphur Springs, White House, you notice they don't make many mistakes. And neither has Crandall tonight. I mean, they haven't made many mistakes at all. I mean, they have 1 turnover. That's it. And it was on a heck of a play by Cash Bearden.
Yeah. That's right.
That's the difference, man. It's those little things, that those plays that add up.
So as the Indians come back out, there are 3 receivers on the left side of the formation, 1 on the right for McCowan. He'll drop back, now have to run with it to avoid the pressure, and he will make something out of nothing before he steps out of bounds on the far side.
They talk about football being a game of inches, and it's a game of plays. And Jacksonville's, in my opinion, I mean, I know that people are going to say, oh, my goodness, are you kidding? No, I'm not kidding. They're just a few plays away from being a pretty good football team. If they could just cut out some of those, maybe 5 or 6 plays in a ball game, 5 or 6. I know that every play counts, but if you could just pull some of those plays and either they don't happen or nothing happens, it's a whole different season for you.
Trips left, 1 right, go the Indian receivers. This time, pass is caught to McEwen. He'll make his way for the Bill McCray Ford first down. Late flag is lots of
you can't do that, 10.
Extracurricular.
I mean, just a lack of respect right there by number 10, Jamari Scott, for Crandall. And Kyle Harden, the head coach, is pulling him out of the game. He tackled McEwen, a nice play, but he got up and he dragged his knee across McEwen's face. And the official said, no, we're not doing that. So they're going to get him for the unsportsmanlike. They'll tackle on 15. They're going to call it a 10-yarder. No, 15 yards.
15, yeah.
15 for unsportsmanlike. So take advantage of this. See, that's one of those plays that Crandall just had. You tack on 15 to a big play that.
Yeah.
That's one of the plays that Jacksonville's been getting bit by.
That's right. We had just talked about Crandall not really making any mistakes. Well, that's a big one.
Yeah, and they give Jacksonville a first down on this side of the 50 at the Crandall 44.
3 receivers right, 1 left for the Indians. This time, McCowan pump fakes, lets his men get deep, but he overthrows everyone incomplete.
Cotto didn't go the right way. Oh, my goodness. Ryan was throwing that down the middle of the field, and Cotto was running the flag route. Thank goodness the linebacker that was trying to cover him didn't have enough speed to get to the ball. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. Do it again. I like the way Jacksonville's taking more shots downfield, guys. They've stuck with a lot of the underneath stuff, yes, but they have been taking more shots than they have the last couple of weeks.
Trips right, 1 left this time. McCowan under some pressure, now runs away from it. Gets a nice block downfield. He's still on his feet as McCowan into the red zone for a big Bill McCray Ford first down.
Good, Ryan, good. That's a heck of a play by Coda Kennedy and really good direction by the maestro there, Ryan McCown. As he knew he was coming upfield, he pointed at the defender for Coda to come back and get him. And Coda screened him off perfectly, and Ryan went right off his block. Huge gain to the 19-yard line of Crandall. Hey, don't go away. This thing's about to get interesting if Jacksonville can punch this in.
They'll have trips left. They'll have McEwen out one-on-one on the right side. McCown rolls right, looks for McEwen. Why not?
Give me a flag.
Flag comes in. That's got to be interference on Crandall.
No question. Beat on the play. Pushed him, so it'll be an automatic first down for Jacksonville. Should put the ball first and goal at the 9 for Jacksonville. As who's he throwing? Who is that right there? Those numbers kind of get away from me. Is that that's Jawalen? Yeah, Jawalen Kennedy, the intended receiver in the end zone. I thought that was Devin.
No, I believe it was.
It was Devin.
Yeah.
That's right. It was Devin. So the officials still talking about it here, and the ball was at the 19, so it should be 10 yards from the 19 down to the 9. Am I right? No, they're moving it. No, it's down to the 4.
It's half the distance.
Oh, half the distance. Okay, yeah. Ooh, let's take advantage of this. You're inside the 5. Where's the beast? I'm looking for the beast. Where's the beast? The beast is still sleeping. Timeout, Crandall.
So
now,
Jacksonville driving.
I mean, if this is me right here, I mean, you get Devin, you get Jaden Boyd, you get the big fellas in there, and put the ball in. I mean, Jaden, yeah, maybe, but I'm going with McEwen, and I'm doing the Wildcat.
We'll see what Jacksonville draws up.
Or maybe they're going to take a shot here with Ryan. First maybe take a shot in the end zone. The only thing is, guys, I mean, Jacksonville has yet to stop the blitz. They're bringing number 9, Aiden Ross, off the edge, and he's untouched. Because, of course, with a one-back offense, I mean, if you whiff, there's nobody to protect Ryan McCown. And trust me, they've been whiffing on number 9 off the edge.
Yeah.
Stay with us. We'll have our Austin Bank offensive and defensive players of the game. I think we pretty much have our Bone Crusher hit of the game, sponsored by Dar Chiropractic. Of course, our congratulations play of the game as well. So first and goal, Jacksonville at the Crandall 4-yard line.
So see if Jacksonville can punch this one in with McEwen and the Wildcat.
That's it. Nope.
Devin's got it. He tries to dive straight ahead. He's pushed back.
No gain. They'll mark it right at the 4. So second and goal. No gain on the play. They'll keep the package in. So 30 on the play clock, game clock counting. Guys, would y'all spot that play clock for me? My contacts are fuzzy. What is that? 8:30. I mean,
8:35 and counting on the game
go.
clock.
He's in.
Jacksonville scores.
It's Jermaine Taylor on the zone read as Devin McEwen faked, thought he was going to pull it, and he went ahead and stuck it into Jermaine's breadbasket there. So how about this? Do you go for 2 right here? No. You're going to stay. You got 8 minutes to go. It's okay. Close this gap to 4. Wait, no, I mean, excuse me. It's 42-30. Yeah, you got to go for the extra point right here. It's too soon to do that.
Yeah, it makes it an 11-point ball game.
What'd you do that for?
Extra point is brought to you by Neighbors Coffee. It is up and good.
Official turned around and blew his whistle. Like,
so
distracting.
Yeah. So with 8:29 to go in regulation, the score now, Crandall 42, Jacksonville 31. We'll take a short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
For the past 40 years, Swink Studio of Dance in Jacksonville has provided instruction in classical ballet, tap, jazz, hip-hop, and contemporary dance styles for students age 4 through high school. Select classes for adults and award-winning competition teams are also available. For more information or to enroll a student, contact the studio today and let's dance.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. 8:29 to go in regulation. Crandall leading Jacksonville by a score of 42-31 with the Fighting Indian scoring drive summary. We'll throw it back over to Todd Travis. Todd?
The Indians went 75 yards on 6 plays, finishing with a touchdown by Jermaine Taylor, making the score Indians 31, Pirates 42.
Just a heck of a drive by Jacksonville.
High pop-up kick this near side. Jacksonville hoping for a turnover, but it's fielded cleanly. They're able to wrap up the return man at about the 40.
Okay, guys, trivia question time.
All right, let's have it.
There is a coaching connection between Jacksonville and Crandall. What is the coaching connection between Jacksonville High School and Crandall High School? Y'all think about that, and I'll let you roast on that some and think about it. And Crandall now will come to the line of scrimmage, first down at their own 40. Coaching connection with Jacksonville and Crandall.
2 receivers left, 1 right for Crandall. This time, though, handoff is to Abram. Jacksonville, good pursuit.
Great way stringing that thing out, the big fella, DeVarian Boyd.
Check that out. It was Anderson with the carry, but Jacksonville doing a good job staying with him.
Yeah, no gain.
8 minutes and counting here.
Get him. Oh, get him.
Moffitt
there you go.
still has it, and down he goes.
Bumbo, get the ball.
Ball's out.
Oh, come on.
And now the referee saying he was down.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And Moffitt is hurt.
Not sure about that. And
yeah, Moffitt's got to go down. It was DeVarian Boyd who went right past him, and then he got a second chance, did Boyd, and he made it count. I thought he stripped the ball.
Here's the replay.
Let's see.
As our viewers can see, is Moffitt rolling out, and
ball's loose.
I'm pretty sure the ball's loose. Now, his back is to the camera.
Oh, wow.
But it looked like the ball came out before Moffitt went down.
So, an interesting development this week, DeVarian Boyd. You haven't heard his name called much this week, but, you know, DeVarian is a talented athlete. He's on the basketball team, starts for Mark Alexander, and he was the defensive player of the game week 1 against Sulphur Springs. And, you know, sometimes young men have to grow up, and this week there was a little bit of discussion about that, so he didn't get to start tonight. And so this is where you learn character. This is where you figure out life sometimes, and sometimes when things don't go your way. And so Jason Holman made a decision, and DeVarian did not get the start, one of the better defensive players for Jacksonville. And look what happens. He comes in and almost gets a strip fumble, and the quarterback, Moffitt, guys, he is having to be helped off the field with looks like a severely turned ankle. So he will check out, and the quarterback will be Gage Wickersham, a sophomore. Gage, like in tire gauge, Wickersham. So tough situation for that young man. 3rd down and about a mile to go. It's 3rd and 20.
So 7.5 minutes and counting here in regulation. 11-point ball game. Crandall 42, Jacksonville 31.
What a situation for this 10th grader coming in here.
Jacksonville will want to get pressure on him as quick as they can, but he'll hand it off.
Oh, no.
Will Wickersham, lots of room to run.
Man, don't let
for
him get back
Anderson.
in this thing. Let me get 2nd down and 20. Come on. No, that was 3rd and 20. You're right. Now Jacksonville's got a player down. Let's see who this is. Is that Devin?
Not quite sure. Looks like it's going to need some attention, so we'll
Maybe it's just a cramp or something, though.
Yeah, we'll step away for a short break.
Yeah,
This
he's
is
got a
Fighting
cramp.
Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
Congratulations is Jacksonville's source for a full line of awards and engraving services. But we don't stop there. You'll want to check out our examples of creative personalized gifts too. Congratulations also serves East Texas as a promotional products dealer. We are passionate about sourcing just the right items. With our laser capabilities, we can also design and install acrylic signage or graphics. Want to see samples of our work? Go no further than the Tomato Bowl entry. We're especially proud of the arrowheads. Visit Congratulations Showroom or website soon, and let's make something amazing together.
That 100% beef.
That's Joellen
And
Deep.
yeah, we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl. It's Joellen Kennedy back deep to receive this punt, the first punt of the evening from Crandall. It's a high snap over the punter's head, and Jacksonville able to pin him all the way back at the 15-yard line where the Fighting Indians will take over.
Wow. Hey, what did I talk about? Plays, man. You need some negative plays. Finally, Crandall's had a couple in this half. Let's see if Jacksonville can take advantage of it because they've been playing pretty scot-free.
And Matt, we were just talking about in the interim right before that punt, the punter stepped back and was taking a few swings to warm up, and he slipped and fell.
Flat on his back.
So maybe he had that kind of embarrassment in his mind.
Yeah. And I'm sorry I made fun of you, Perez. I apologize. But that ball went over his head. And I got to tell you, Perez did a heck of a job just getting on that ball.
He did.
So first down for Jacksonville at the 15. They're down 11. Plenty of time here.
So McCowan checks in with Jaden Boyd in the backfield. And
Blitz.
McCowan will take a look to the left side.
There's
throw
a
flag. Surely there it is.
Baby.
There it is.
Yeah, you did. Hey, you got it. That's a penalty on number 44. No, 14. Check that. Number 14, James Kohler, the senior, as Coda was going to go up and take that thing off the rebound board. He was going to go and just go up like he's getting a rebound. He's going to slam it home. And, boy, Polar just went up and tackled him in midair. So that's going to be an automatic first down. Does this look familiar? They had one of these earlier where they got it down to the 4. This one's going to be at the 2.
They did, and if Jacksonville can punch this one in, we're right back to a one-score ball game.
Now what? Officials have stopped play. Come on, the momentum is with Jacksonville. What are you guys doing?
So Jacksonville getting set here.
This is a break for the defense right here. I mean, this is a break for the defense. You're stopping play. For what reason? I do not like this. Come on. I mean, it's just completely taken Jacksonville's mojo away. So there's a game clock error. Okay. Let's go, fellas. In the booth.
So adding 8 seconds back there.
Okay, that's a good call. Adding 8 seconds. May need that 8 seconds.
You might. If you're Jacksonville.
All right, the Beast package is in. Jaden Boyd back there.
See if the big fella can punch one in for the Fighting Indians. And it's Boyd.
He's in.
And he's there. Touchdown.
Oh, that's so hard to stop right there. So hard to stop. Get your helmet, Jaden. You left it over there about the 2.
Yeah.
So let's see here.
We're not all the.
Do you go for 2? Do you go for 2? And try to close this thing down?
If you go for 2, a field goal could potentially tie the ball game.
And that's what I was going to say earlier is that, and I didn't say, remember when I said I don't want to jinx it? So you don't have enough players on the field right here. Guys, you gotta go because the play clock just got put on.
Yeah, John Johnson checking in.
Taylor, you got plenty of time. Just relax. Plenty of time. You're okay. Now they're missing somebody else. Good Lord of mercy. Who is not in the game? 10 seconds.
63 checking in.
Come on, man. What are you
Blake
doing?
Causey.
Timeout.
Got to go now. Timeout, Jacksonville. So they'll take this opportunity to make sure.
I'm hyperventilating down here. How are you not on the field, man, when the offense is on the field? You're over here. What are you doing? Wow. Oh, man. Hey, you know what I have to always remind myself? These are 16, 17-year-old, some 18-year-old kids. And, you know, you can't blow a gasket. Now, if they were professionals, that'd be a different thing.
Very true.
But, you know, you're going for two and everybody knows, and all of a sudden you're standing there going, wait, am I supposed to be in the game? Oh, I'm the right guard.
So, Matt, you had asked the trivia question.
The trivia question.
Yeah,
okay,
the coaching.
There's a coaching connection between Jacksonville High School and Crandall High School. What is that coaching connection?
Well, I will be the first to admit I don't know. Todd's got nothing. Ryan?
Nobody?
Ryan knows the answer because you told him.
Because I gave it to him. All right, y'all hang on just a second. This is a huge play. Let's go for two here, and then we'll get back to that. All right, big play here going for two. You got Jawalen in the backfield with Ryan. No beast package here.
Jacksonville needing
Blitz.
to punch this one in. McCowan under all kinds of pressure. Fires to the back of the end zone.
They are blitzing like
It's
crazy
incomplete.
on McCowan.
And so, with 6:28 to go in regulation, the score now, Crandall 42, Jacksonville 37.
That's all right.
We'll take the short break and come back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Gene Brumlow, class of 66, and his daughter Ann Farmer proudly support Jacksonville Athletics. Come on over to the South Jackson Dairy Queen and get one of their world-famous blizzards. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984.
Community is not just a place. It's not just people who live nearby or the name on a city limit sign. No, community is pride. It's support. It's showing up when you're needed without being.
And we're back live at the historic Tomato Bowl downtown Jacksonville. 6:28 to go in regulation. Crandall leading now 42-37 with a Fighting Indian scoring drive summary. We'll bring Todd in once again. Todd?
That was a two-play drive, covered 15 yards, finishing with a touchdown, making the score Indians 37, Pirates 42.
All right, Matt, why don't you educate us on the coaching connections between Crandall and Jacksonville?
All right, I had several people texting me on that. Let's wait till after this kickoff here and we'll get it.
All right, now, Jacksonville needing good coverage here. Need to pin the Pirates deep. It's fielded cleanly inside the 10. Flag comes out as return man makes his way over the 35. This should be coming back.
Yeah, it's coming back. All right, here we go, everybody. The Jacksonville High School connection with Crandall coaching, JHS class of 1977, Roger Cannon. Had a long career in the high school coaching ranks, coached at Crandall from 1987 to 1990, spent 4 years there. Of course, he was the head coach at several other places. Roger was an All East Texas offensive guard here in Jacksonville. He was on that semifinal team in 75 and also on the 8-2 team his senior year. Went on to win a national championship at Kilgore Junior College along with former Fighting Indians Randy Farrell and Gary Doc Hinton. And then he finished his career at Stephen F. Austin before heading into the coaching ranks. And by the way, he married a girl that he met at Kilgore from Crandall. Her name's Molly.
How about that? I got to give a shout out to my cousin Ryan Dice. Ryan chimed in with a text message with Roger Cannon's name.
Yeah.
Well done.
I played with Roger back in the day, and needless to say, Roger was a beast. Heck of a player. All right, here's that sophomore quarterback for Crandall. And all he's got to do is hand it off to Abram.
Yeah, straight ahead.
So a
well, how's this for connection? So cousin Ryan Dice says Roger Cannon is his cousin. How about that?
I knew that.
How about that?
The Dices and the Cannons have a connection there. Yep. Of course, my wife's related to everybody. She is. Stop it.
Hand off again to Abram. Good pursuit this time from Jacksonville.
Yeah! Attaboy, Coda!
Big stop from Kennedy.
Yeah. And I like the way that Coda finished the tackle. I mean, he just didn't go up and bump him. I mean, he finished it off and brought him to the ground. But it's going to be a first down. So he just needed a couple yards. So we're about to get a dose of of Abram. I mean, this sophomore quarterback, all he's got to do is get the snap and hand off. Offsides. Oh, he's going to throw it. It's offsides Jacksonville.
Yeah, there's the offside flag.
Well, it was a free play. I mean, you might as well throw it. Watch the ball. That's uncharacteristically the senior 3-year starter, Caden Franklin, one of the defensive leaders on this defense for Jacksonville, jumping offsides. So 5:35 in the ball game, a one-score 42-37 lead for Crandall, hanging on here.
So now the handoff straight ahead is to Abram Hill. Just push the pile.
Michael Miles, boy, what a promising young sophomore for Jacksonville at linebacker. Michael Miles, who's really already made his presence known in the first 2.5, almost 3 ball games now. And
Michael picked up all the defensive honors last week, and he's continued to
He's got a chance to be special
impress.
for Jacksonville defensively. So 2nd down, 2 to go as Abram just rolls for 8.
This time again, it's Abram straight ahead. Caden Franklin leading the charge.
And that's Miles. I mean,
Miles is in there as well.
He gets the first down, but I just like the way that Miles finishes those tackles like Coda did a minute ago. He doesn't ride the guy down. He pulls him back the other way. And that's hard to do with a guy, Abram, about 190 pounds.
Abram again. Up the middle for a few.
Yeah, Coda had him in the back. Probably at the line of scrimmage, and he just didn't wrap up. But Abram does squirt his way through for about 4, 2nd and 6. Clock still moving at 4:21, not quite a factor yet. As Jacksonville has all 3 timeouts. Am I reading that right? Yeah, three timeout. No, two
timeouts. Matt.
2 and 2 for both.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Jacksonville had to use it. Oh, here we go. Buff got a fumble.
That's right. Ball's out, but Abram falls back on it.
I don't know what the quarterback was doing right there. I mean, the ball came out bad and never got to him. And it's like it hit the center's leg and stopped, and he just looked at the ball and he looked at Abram like, you go get it. And he did. 3rd and 6. Can the defense
Big
stop
3rd down.
Don't
Biggest
jump.
play of the ball game so far. Got to stay disciplined if you're the Fighting Indian defense.
Watch the ball. Do not jump. He's going to clap.
3:40 and counting here. There's the clap. There's the snap.
Oh, wow. You got to be kidding me. What a laser by that sophomore.
Wow.
First down.
Yep.
Man, that's a gutsy call by Kyle Harden, the head coach for Crandall, with his sophomore on 3rd and 6 to throw the ball in the teeth of the defense like that. He trusts him, doesn't he? I mean, this is not his first action, by the way, as Gage Wickersham has seen some relief duty in the last couple of ball games, so that was not his first varsity pass. He makes that one count, though. 1st down, 10. As now we start to be thinking about clock here.
Yeah, we'll go under 3 minutes here by the time this one is snapped.
Yeah.
And this time again, straight handoff for a few yards, and this is where the clock begins to be a bit of a factor.
So Franklin of Jacksonville Caden Franklin makes the tackle. Just a gain of about a yard. And you know, Crandall, this is all they want to do right here. I mean, they did throw the one pass right there, but they would like to chew this thing up and just keep it on the ground. And now Jacksonville's going to have to be thinking about those timeouts.
Down under 2.5 minutes left in regulation. 2nd and 9, ball sitting at the Jacksonville 47. Just expect.
Oh, look at this.
There's a high snap. Gets away from Abram. He's got to dive back on it.
Wow.
Jacksonville almost getting a big break.
Yeah, now Jacksonville's going to take that timeout right here. Stop the clock, Braydell. Stop it.
Yeah, so 2:03.
Hey, there's 2:05 on the clock. There's 2:05 on the clock. They let a couple seconds run off there. Jacksonville takes that timeout. Well, guys, this game's getting more and more difficult to be thinking about.
That's what I thought. Hey, ref, they ran the clock, ref. They got to do it.
Coach is coming in there telling me to put time on the clock. I'm like, I can't do that. There you go. Look at it happen. 2:11.
2:11. Good job, Matt.
Thank you.
Way to go.
Thank you. So, I mean, these kinds of games, I mean, we got plenty of time to think about it, but there's so many big plays in this game that trying to pick the Austin Bank offensive and defensive players of the game, man, there's a lot of young men that could get that award. And then there's the congratulations play of the game, and the game's not over yet, so let's just hang on that one right there. And, of course, the bone crusher here to the game. Am I missing one? What am I missing? The play of the game? No, that's
you
it.
got them all.
Yeah,
We've just got to figure out how to hand them out because there's been so much to talk about in this ball game, and there's bigger plays ahead.
We got bigger fish to fry right here. Let's see if Jacksonville, it's 3rd down and a mile. Oh, just cover
So
them.
Jacksonville just needing to make the stop. This is just going to be a throwback pass.
No! Oh, he caught it.
Caught for the first down. Wow, just off the turf as well.
Oh, one play.
I
One
mean,
play.
wow.
Oh, my goodness. You got a shot at getting the ball back there if that's incomplete, and he just takes it right off the turf. Oh.
So big first down into Jacksonville territory all the way down to the 30.
Well, just somebody's got to step up and make a play here. Somebody's got to pop that football loose. Put a helmet on it. Strip it.
So 142 and counting, and of course Crandall will take their time and milk this play clock all the way down before snapping it. And then the handoff is just straight ahead.
Timeout, Jacksonville.
And so Jacksonville will take that final timeout with 1:25 to go in regulation in a 5-point ball game.
Next week, Jacksonville on the road at Longview's Pine Tree. One of Jacksonville's former district rivals, and now that Jacksonville's dropped to 4A, they've kept some of those alive. Played White House last week, Pine Tree next week.
So Pirates 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, good call. And, of course, what's different about this new district schedule is that the bye week doesn't come until, what, week 8?
Yeah.
So, you know, Jacksonville.
Mid-October?
Yeah, you go right from non-district to Athens will be here in 2 weeks for district play.
Yeah, we got real used to the bye week coming at the end of non-district and giving you that nice break to kind of get guys healthy before the games count. But this new district, right into it.
Well, I got to say, I mean, regardless of the outcome right here, I mean, obviously you want Jacksonville to get another shot at least here, but not many people thinking about this ball game thought Jacksonville would play this thing 42-37. I got to say that right now. And I got to admit, I was one of them because of the way Crandall's been scoring.
So now, handoff straight ahead again.
Can't stop the clock now. So it's 3rd down, and this is obviously you don't get this stop right here, the game's over.
And, of course, they being Crandall, will milk this all the way down.
Yeah, they don't have to do this till about 37 seconds to snap the ball here.
So this is one play to determine whether Jacksonville potentially has another shot.
I mean, technically, they run this thing down. They're going to probably use a timeout right here and save it right here. They'll probably call timeout.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to do that, and they do. So 35 seconds left in regulation.
Yeah, things aren't looking good for Jacksonville right here, and it just reminds me of what Jason Holman and I we talked after practice on Wednesday for about 20 minutes, and his whole thing is that the wins will come, but what he wants to see out of his football team is play down to the last minute. Do not play to the last play. Don't quit. Keep fighting. Go into the fourth quarter with a chance to win. And, in Sulphur Springs, they did that. Tonight, they're doing that. Not last week. And so, I mean, to me, this is a Jacksonville team that's on schedule if you want to, take what Jason Holman's talking about, a team that, won one game each of the last 2 years. So here's Crandall now with no timeouts for Jacksonville on third down. And they're just gonna do a victory kneel. That's all they got to do, because Jacksonville cannot stop it.
So there's the kneel down,
and that's going to do it.
And that'll reset the play clock, and that will do it. But, Matt, for Jacksonville to battle back and make this a 5-point margin, given all the swings and all the momentum changes, they can take a lot of positives away from this ball game.
No question. I mean, after last week's performance, for them to come out and play like this tonight, that's a lot of credit to the kids, the coaching staff, that they were able to put a game together like this. And believe me, I mean, this is a very talented Crandall football team. They were better, in my opinion, than White House. They were better than Sulphur Springs. And, you didn't know what to expect here. But this is a Jacksonville team. The players coming off the field right now, they're angry. They're upset. And that's what you want to see. You didn't see this last week in the loss against White House. I wasn't here. It's what I was told, that, the players just kind of tossed in the towel a little bit. They got so far behind, but not tonight. I mean, they had a chance to. I mean, it's fixing to be 35-7. Okay, I mean, it really quick, and they just made a stand, and 5-point loss. You don't take any solace in losses, I know, but to me, this is sort of a victory, if you will, if you're considering where Jacksonville has been as a program for the last few years. So both teams now doing the customary handshake. As feel bad for the Moffitt kid, the quarterback. He's on crutches as he got DeVarian Boyded. Hopefully he's going to be okay for Crandall, because they got a chance now. They're 3-0 to make a run. I think they're in that same district with is it not Santa Ana? Oh gosh, I'll think of it in a minute. But they're in that kind of that northeast district. Fans, stay with us. We'll have our post-game All Smiles interview with head coach Jason Holman, and then we'll be handing out our awards. So, Todd, if you're ready for stats, why don't we start those until we get Coach Holman?
All right, Todd, we'll bring you back in for the post-game stats. Post-game stats, of course, brought to you by Randy Gorham, your hometown CPA. He's been helping folks with all their accounting needs since 1984. We thank Randy for all his support. Todd, let's break this one down. Final score 42-37. Jacksonville made a ball game out of it. Let's go by the numbers.
We finished with 72 plays on offense for 405 yards, with 215 yards passing and 190 yards rushing.
Hey, can I just say one word? Balance.
Balanced, you got that?
Yep, there it is.
And one bright spot tonight we talked about after halftime was the time of possession.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Indians finished with 30 minutes compared to 18 for Crandall. We had 27 first downs tonight. and we were 8 of 15 on third down. Individual stats, McCowan finished the game with 15 completions on 28 attempts for 215 yards with 2 touchdowns and 1 interception. Receiving tonight, McCowan had 8 catches for 101 yards and a touchdown. Jermaine Taylor had 2 catches for 61 and a touchdown. Ryan Walker had 2 catches for 31 yards. Jaqueline Kennedy had 2 catches for 16. Jonathan Johnson 1 for 6. Rushing tonight, Kennedy finished with 19 carries for 82 yards. McCowan had 8 for 42 yards. Jaden Boyd had 9 carries for 40 yards and 1 touchdown. McCowan had 5 carries for 28 and a touchdown. And Jermaine Taylor had 1 carry for 4 yards and a touchdown.
We talked about it at the half, but Jacksonville just able to get the ball in the hands of so many players tonight, and obviously coming up short. But guys, that's definitely a positive.
It was. I thought we played really well and made a game out of it there to still have a shot at the end. If we could have gotten a stop on the last drive, maybe there was an opportunity.
From a ball game that, as Matt said, at one point looked like it was going to be 35-7. And we're sitting here, dissecting a 42-37 loss that, in a lot of ways, feels like a victory. Obviously, there are no moral victories. There are no points in the standings for losses or anything of that nature. But you can take positives from the way Jacksonville is improving, and certainly as you compare this game to last week, Todd. So I think
we did look much better this week.
Yeah, I think Jacksonville had
a lot more success throwing the ball this week than we had the first 2 weeks, and
can take a lot from that. And to Matt's point, I think that the reaction from Jacksonville, not only after the game but really throughout the game, the passion that you saw, the anger at certain times, but all those emotions, to me, spoke to a team that were more in tune to the game than we saw last week. We really just saw heads go down early last week, and Jacksonville just really sort of give up the fight. And Ryan, they kept it up all night.
They did, and it would have been easy to kind of have that mentality that we had last week after you close it to 4 there, 28-24, they score, and then we have the fumble if they return for a touchdown, and it stretches back out. It would have been easy for the guys to kind of toss in the towel and fold.
I got Coach Holman here.
We'll send it down to you, Matt.
Hey, Coach, wow. I mean, I know that there's not a lot of solace in a loss, but your team showed resilience tonight. I know you got to be proud of that. You've been talking about finishing, going into the fourth quarter with a chance to win. You had that tonight.
Yeah, we did. As I mentioned in the first half, we did just about everything you could do wrong. But I can't say enough of the second half effort. Yes, we fell short, but I think we gained strides tonight. I think we grew up a little bit. We went toe-to-toe with a very quality opponent right there, and I couldn't be prouder of the second half effort for sure.
Coach, you tackled tonight. I mean, your defensive, especially the interior, did a nice job on Abram, and coming in was a great back. You tackled well. You had some mismatches, obviously, on that part of the game. Offensively, Coach, you had a lot of wrinkles you brought in that were really interesting that a lot of people are going to be talking about all week.
Did a great job. Had a great offensive plan. I think we caught them off guard a little bit, changing some things up. Got the ball in the hands of some guys that can make the difference. Did a good job of spreading it around. And yeah, defensively we tackled better. We've got a ways to go to fix that, but we had a really, really physical practice on Monday on Labor Day and addressed that issue, and hope to continue building there.
Nobody wants to say, you're 0-3 right now, but nobody wants to take that and say that this team isn't making strides, especially after last week. You come into this game right here, what a turnaround, and maybe that physical practice is what did it, but it's like a light bulb went off this week for your team.
Well, if you were near the huddle just a minute ago, I think you could hear some of the comments about being there, showing up tomorrow for film. We got to get better. They're starting to believe, and like I told them, we're right there. I mean, within an inch of turning that thing around and winning it. And we just got to figure out how to do it.
Coach, thank you. Appreciate it. Again, like I said, nobody likes to lose, but if you had to lose, this is the kind of game where you can see a lot of progress in it. And I know that you are proud of your team.
Definitely, most definitely.
Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Head
Coach Jason Holman on the All Smiles post-game interview. Guys, we need to give out some awards, don't we?
We do. We do, and we have some hard decisions to make tonight because lots of Jacksonville Fighting Indians showed up and showed out, as they say.
So the Dar Chiropractic Bone Crusher here to the game. I think Todd called this one earlier. Ryan Walker, the junior. I mean, there's a couple times you could give that to Ryan, that catch he made in the second half where he bowled over everybody.
Yeah,
but he was talking about the one in the first half.
Yeah, and that was the thing. Just talking about the intensity of this game for Jacksonville, we were talking about that. All our Bone Crusher candidates were on offense.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, I think I'll look at the camera right here. So, the Austin Bank Offensive Player of the game is Devin McEwen. I mean, he had an amazing ball game. I know Ryan McCown had a great game, but Devin just seemed to keep coming up in the just clutch with catches, a couple of touchdown catches, one touchdown that got called back. So Devin McEwen is the Austin Bank Offensive Player of the game. The Austin Bank Defensive Player of the game is Caden Franklin. He just played a heck of a game on the interior. He's the guy that would just spill things. And so Caden Franklin is the Austin Bank Defensive Player of the game. Now, guys, I'm struggling with the play of the game. There's some of them. I mean, the Jaden Boyd touchdown down here, the Devin McEwen catch, but the congratulations play of the game is, give it to me, Todd, Aaron.
I like the beast package, Matt. That fired me up. So that Jaden Boyd touchdown.
All right, then.
To me,
that's the one. The congratulations play of the game goes to Jaden Boyd with I think it was a 5-yard run, the beast package, the one he lost his helmet on in the end zone. Left it somewhere on the 4, but Jaden Boyd with the congratulations play of the game. We want to thank all of our sponsors for all of our awards and all of our regular sponsors during the game. What a night at Tomato Bowl. It was a loss, but, man, you just feel good because this team is starting to kind of turn that corner, and we go to Pine Tree next week looking to get win number 1.
Yeah, thanks again to all our sponsors. Austin Bank, your community bank, hometown operated since 1900, and then our play of the game sponsored by Congratulations Awards and Engraving, and Dar Chiropractic with our Bone Crusher hit of the game. If your body needs an adjustment, Dr. Darwin Dar is the one to call. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors for all their support. That'll just about do it for us here from the historic Tomato Bowl tonight. Crandall coming out on top, but Jacksonville giving the Pirates everything they could handle as this one finishes 42-37. Next week, it's the Indians and Pirates again as Jacksonville heads to Longview to take on Pine Tree in non-district action. For Matt Montgomery, Todd Travis, and our producer Ryan Travis, this is Aaron Swink saying thank you for listening to Jacksonville Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com. Enjoy your week.